Oh, I'll link the stream. He's muted on the stream? Oh, you're right. Good catch. Thank you, my love.
Start. Hello. No, I'm just kidding. So, in exchange for a recap of last session, anyone can do it. Volunteers can accept it. You'll get an inspiration, which allows you a free reroll of any dice in the game. Doesn't matter. If you're rolling it, you can re-roll it with an inspiration. So, who would like to do that recap?
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we get extra points if we do it in character?
If you do it in character, I'll give you what's called a super inspiration.
And what is the cash value or difference of a regular inspiration versus a super inspiration, Donnie?
So a regular inspiration just gives you a reroll of any dice.
Mm-hmm.
A super inspiration gives you a reroll of any dice, but I'll be really hype about it. I'll be like, yeah, come on. Yes, Mel?
For a super inspiration, would it be possible if when we used it, you like stood up and did like a 360 spin and then like gave us like a thumbs up?
If that's what you choose to use your inspiration for, absolutely.
Yes, and occasionally they do stack, depending on how friendly the DM is being, whereas regular inspiration does not.
I am God. But that's what a super inspiration will get you, if you do it in character.
Okay.
So, who would like to do the recap? Mel?
I'll do the recap.
Okay.
I'm so surprised. Nobody ever volunteers. I always end up doing the recap.
I want these inspirations, so...
They're important.
They are. They help. They help so much.
I'm going to fight you for it, Mel.
Let's go. Let's go. Deck's off.
I'll let you have the first one, though.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mac. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
She'll let you.
Next one, she brings out her knives. Like, nah. All right, so like a bunch of crazy shit happened. I was just hanging out, and then all of a sudden a bunch of people like came up to me and they were like, oh, what you're doing is so morally wrong, oh, ethics and shit. And I was like, I don't really know you. And then all of a sudden, boom, a bunch of people died. Nobody really gave a shit. But what was important is that we like fell through like a portal. No, we didn't fall through a portal. Maybe we fell through a portal and then we were surrounded by like enemies. They looked like weird creatures. What's important is that like I did so much damage. Nobody else really did anything. Oh, except for Zuri, she healed me. She's a doll. And then all of a sudden, Edisia, who's kind of like the deity of Justice. Thank you, Varian, you bookworm. Justice. And she was like, oh, I'm so sad. Life is so hard. I've let down all these people, blah, blah, blah. Everything's about her, And then she was like, listen, shit. Well, you guys all have to stay near this, like, magical crystal thing, because if you leave 30 feet of the crystal, you kind of just disappear into nothingness. And we were like, oh my god, that's trash. We don't want to die. Well, at least I don't. I'm really important. I don't know about everybody else. And then, so we decided, okay, we'll just stay within the crystal. And she was like, well, here's I've created this thing where I think that if we can get you to the elemental plane of maybe we can get you more gems, and we can figure shit out about the portals, because they don't work, if you didn't know. And we're like, cool beans, let's do that. And then we were trying to decide where do we want to sleep that night, because we all have to sleep together, because, you know, we can't leave within 30 feet, and it wasn't fun. There was no orgy, not even any sex, not even any touching. So lame. But what was important is that we got to go back to Zuri's, and we had so much fun there. We did so much bonding. I feel very close to the little Varian. I feel very close to him. I feel like we really bonded a lot, especially. And for the recap of the stream, we didn't bond. I don't think Varian likes Ophelia. It's fine. And then and we found out a little bit about Azriel. He's a captain thing man. And Zuri is a cleric of Vita. And Varian, I don't know what the fuck Varian is. I think if there's a subclass of hugging, I think that's what he is. And, you know, paladin is a paladin, you know, oh, so righteous, whatever, so boring. Just kidding, I love you, Dustin. And yes, and so then we went to sleep, and we bonded some more, and it was a really good first day.
That is certainly a summary of the events from the perspective of Ophelia.
That is one version of what happened.
Yes, so go ahead and take your inspiration. Super inspiration.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
And we will begin with the 5 of you waking up in Zuri's home. Some of you were staying in Ophelia's previous room. Some of you were staying in Zuri's room, but definitely a minimum of 5 feet apart. And maybe someone sleeping on the couch. But as the sunlight of outside begins to filter in, not only through the windows, but also the soon-to-be-fixed hole in the roof, one of these days, what would you all like to do this morning as you awake?
We are all awake at this point.
It's nebulous. You can wake up whenever you want.
Okay. Before everybody is all together, I would like to redo my runes and basically touch up my spell stuff so they all work again.
Perfect.
I would have been the one sleeping on the couch.
Okay.
Just typical early guardsman routine. Check stock, make sure weapons are good, change out clothing, because what he is, and just waiting for everyone else to get ready, pretty much.
Yeah. A whole new ensemble for you. The only real, I think, probably connecting line is your trench coat, your leather coat.
That I don't wear outside, because it's in the office. Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
What's everyone else doing? Varian is inside the room with Fenrir, Ophelia's previous room, seeming to go over whatever your runes are. You're etching probably on stuff.
Good morning, Varian. The
Good
hell are
morning.
you doing there?
I'm working on runes.
I've never understood that.
Runes?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess they're kind of complicated, but they're pretty cool once you know what they are and how they work.
I pray to my god, and I'm imbued with holy power.
Well, if that works for you, good for you.
I had a kid once. Maybe a little older than you. Yeah. Be about your age.
Do you want to talk about it?
Another time. Just go see what's for breakfast.
I doubt there's anything here to eat. There's a hole in the roof.
Okay, well,
But we shouldn't mention that because it'll make Zuri cry. So,
I'm
Yes.
sure There's got to be food around here somewhere. If I'm sure that's not the first time Ophelia was taking people's bread.
Yeah, that's probably a good point.
Let's go see. Or I'm going out there at least.
I will follow.
As the two of you leave Ophelia's room, you head back into the living room where you can see Azriel doing his morning routine.
I want to definitely see instead of like normal black. He's done like a black ensemble before. Now it seems to be like some grays and brown, like darker browns.
Well, you're up early.
Used to it at this point.
Zuri is in her room gathering her things and making sure the box is all put together still, as well as doing morning prayer.
Perfect. During your morning prayers, this is a good time if you ever want to swap out what spells you have prepared for the day. If you ever want to change those up.
Okay.
What about Ophelia?
She's snoring loudly. Spread eagle on Zuri's bed. Just. So. She's not going to get up until somebody gets her up.
Ophelia shakes vigorously. It's time to get up. I have completed my morning prayer, and I would like your help in getting the morning meal prepared.
Like, with my hands, like, you want me to, like make food? Oh, it's so early. Why? I feel like your prayers are getting shorter and shorter. This feels sacrilegious. I think that maybe you're feeling a little guilty and you want to pray a little more, maybe?
No, 5-minute prayer as normal every single morning. You are accustomed to the 5-minute prayer, and I think it is time that you get up and get yourself together, as you are butt ass naked, and as beautiful as you are, we do need to
Likewise.
make sure that our guests are taken care of.
They're still here.
Yes, they're still here.
I thought they would have gone.
What did you think the little boy was going to make them a vehicle and drive away?
Yeah, something like that. Or, I don't know, he was, like, so excited about his, like, home with his, like, I don't know, family. Like, I just thought that maybe he would have left.
No, they're still here. They are awaiting out of the living room patiently, and I think you should grace them with your presence. Once you have, again, dressed yourself.
Right, this shit ain't free. Alright, okay. Well, I'll get up. She'll take her time, but she'll get up and go through the morning motions.
And Zuri will exit into the living room-ish area and work her way over toward the kitchen and passing Varian, Azriel, and Fenrir.
Perfect. Do you still have the gemstone on
bacon?
you?
I do. It's on my back.
Okay, perfect.
I've missed bacon.
Well, you're gonna keep missing it.
I don't have any bacon.
I don't think anyone in this city has seen bacon in a number of years.
I think I had that once.
Right, you haven't. Why could you have gotten bacon?
Were you alive when?
Like
Just
a long
started?
time ago. No.
We haven't had livestock in. Shit. I don't even know how long we haven't had livestock.
Must have
That's-
been 10, 15 years.
That's why I said I
10
think I
years,
had it
maybe?
once. Very, very long time ago. Maybe.
Someday.
I do have some bread though that we can toast and eat.
Sounds lovely.
It's
Thank you.
sustenance. Nothing more, nothing less.
Breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Zeri will walk over to where Ophelia hides all of her thieving and pull out some bread and slice it and then put it on the furnace to char.
I just imagine, like, Ophelia has all these little stockpiles around Zuri's house that she thinks are, like, so well hidden, and some days, like, Zuri is just going through her shit, and she just opens something, and a bunch of shit falls out, and she's like, God damn it.
Just pull back the fucking, like, board in the wall,
Yeah.
and it's just nothing but bread.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I have toasted our bread. If you would like to come over and sit, it's like a table or like a bar area with very beat up stools. And if you'd like to come over here and sit down and enjoy some toast, we can get our morning started.
Thank you. Baron will go and eat some bread. This is really good.
Some toasted bread.
Yeah, some toasted bread. It's really good. Thank you.
He will grab some bread, but he won't sit. He'll leave a chair for someone else.
Okay. You all can sit or stand while you enjoy your breakfast. Outside of Zuri's apartment, you can kind of see the edge of the fountain in the center of the city. Where yesterday there was black smoke pouring out, it seems to have either burnt itself out or dissipated, as you no longer see that at this point.
May I make a request?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Yeah, I get. Who are you making a request to?
Everyone, because we're all in this at this point, and we can't leave each other, so...
Absolutely.
I would like to investigate the blast zone, if possible. Work duties and all that.
I suppose the world can... It's been shit a long time. It can wait another half hour.
We
Like
do
the
need to wait
mentality.
for Ophelia to finish getting ready. It typically takes her about 45 to do 47 minutes on the dot.
And how long have you two been
Oh, God.
together?
Just slightly over a month.
And you have a down bad like that?
She's very, very sacrilegious when it comes to her morning routine.
Interesting. Right.
Yes,
Baron, it'll be alright. Don't worry.
but I can't threaten you all if you're not all here.
Ratton.
We're going to see Maze first.
Fine. We can... Well,
That was easy. I didn't even have to like pull out the big guns or anything.
I was gonna bring up seeing your friend in the first place. Regardless of anything else that happened. You know, you understand you don't need to threaten people, you just ask, right?
Well,
I
I mean-
definitely think yours is a little more important.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, all three of them dismissed everything I said yesterday, so it seemed pertinent to do that. And I mean, my first plan was to steal the gem and make you all do that, but seeing as we all have to work together, that seemed like a bad plan, so I was just, gonna do something else instead.
It would have been a terrible idea for you. Just saying that now.
That's why I didn't do it. It seemed like a bad idea, so I didn't, but it was my first idea, because I don't trust them.
And look, we all just met each other in strenuous circumstances. Just good a little bit. We'll all get to know each other, and we'll meld as time goes on.
You should never steal.
In this world, mate, you kind of have to.
I just look at the bread that he's eating.
can't
Would you
really-
like some? You can have the rest of mine.
I'm fine,
The
thank you.
hand. You can have half of mine.
I'm okay. Thank you, though.
Well,
Breakfast continues. Oh, go ahead.
no, so we'll see if we can find Maze. I'd rather not go into Veritas apostle territory if we can help
I
it.
thought it was Vita's church that he would be at.
Yes.
Which is in apostle territory, if I remember correctly.
No, it is.
Okay.
This is why I am annoyed.
The
we don't have
map.
a map yet. From your location, from the center fountain, it is towards the palace, which is government territory.
Right.
Church
So
of Vita is solidly in government territory.
easy access. All right. Cool.
Also, Mac brought up a fantastic point a little earlier in the week. It is Veratam, the god of truth, not Veritas.
Well,
I kept saying Veritas, and in my notes I wrote in the description I wrote Veritas, but it is Veratam, as according to the picture I made.
when the DM forgets his own deity, it'd be like that. I mean,
I've
you
done
write
it.
so much.
The name.
Yeah.
I've done it. It happens to me all the time.
But yes, from this point on, it is Veratam. It has always been Veratam. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
We'll fix it in post.
Yeah. But I had some really good threats.
No threats are going to be needed today. I believe that we can all get what we want with efficient communication, and as long as my deity allows it, we can accomplish what we're looking to do, which is save your little friends.
I agree with the cleric.
Oh, I had another thought. When we were teleported, we were in a circle. And from what I understand, you need magic circles to do teleportation. So should we be finding, like, as much gold and wagons and bags as we can? Because we're going to another plane that will have food and resources. And if it's a big circle that gets teleported, we could bring back a lot of stuff that would help a lot of people.
That's the assumption. However, we need to get there first before we bring anything with us. We don't want anything to slow us down.
I don't think we're getting wagons through that winding staircase down to Odysseus'
That is also
basement.
true. Paladin has a fair point.
Did I hear somebody say gold? Ophelia kind of walks around the corner. She's eating a huge plum. It's super juicy, looks perfect and ripe, and she's... It's the gold. Did I hear gold?
And I would like to note, fruits are extremely rare in this city.
Yes, gold is a possibility where we're going, depending on resources. Oh, my eyes just lit up. Where'd you get the fruit?
It's mine. Why? This is the last one. What? What about the gold? Where's the gold?
No, that's the least of our worries right now.
It sounded pretty important.
Why are you friends with her? That's Azuri.
Oh. She comes in very youthful when, and on a typical day to day. She may not have the kindest of words and or gentlest of direction. However, she is a work in progress, and she has come a long way in that time.
That scares me.
Couldn't scare you. Anyone can be led back to the light.
No,
should've met
that
her
she
when I
was
first
worse
did.
than this at one point. That she was worse scares me. This is an improvement. That is frightening.
You, how old are you, Varian?
17.
So, you've never left the shithole?
No.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's not that bad.
You have a lovely home.
You
Oh,
don't know
this is
that. You've
where he
never
grew
been
up.
there.
Nexus is not your home.
Well, okay, yeah, Nexus is my home, but you've never been to my actual home. And it is really nice.
Is it here? In Nexus?
Yes.
Then it's a shithole.
I mean, we have a bathhouse and trees. So,
We all make the best of it.
Ophelia, it's not nice to tell somebody that their home is a shithole.
Right. That's not... We did talk about this. Varian, your home is not a shithole. It is such a beautiful...
you can just stop.
Okay,
It's okay.
okay. Oh, I almost pulled something there. Oh.
Can we go see Maze now?
The other little boy. Adult. Was that an adult? I don't know. He was
Yes,
here.
he's an adult.
Oh.
Oh, I thought he was a child too.
He's older than I am.
No way.
You know.
Oh, actually, yeah, no, you do look younger.
He must pray to the deity Vita, my all-powerful deity.
I mean, he wants to be a druid, so he's more about growing things, but life is part of that, so somewhat.
But
Donnie,
Mhm.
which god, goddess, deity is Cassie going for?
Ooh, that is a fantastic question.
Because I might say something here about that, depending on whether she's going for Vita or not.
She likely is more of a Mycordia worshiper.
Okay.
Who's my
Hey.
Cordia?
The goddess of compassion.
That makes sense.
Varian.
Yeah. No, he wants to be a druid, so I mean, so that is partially life, but he's more focused on growing things than gods.
But the skin comes from receiving beauty from a god or a goddess. So which skin god do they go to? Or maybe it's a barber. Do we still have those?
Sorry, you lost me. Skin gods?
Meaning like I take a bath in water that has been blessed from my goddess, and she provides me rejuvenation and very clean, cleansed, purified, healthy skin. Does his god do?
That's
do similar?
erotic, Zuri.
Oh, well, I
Wow.
mean, Roshanine teaches us about all the different deities, even the bad ones, because we have to understand them. So, you know. But, most of us don't really focus on gods, except for Cassie. Cassie's trying to become a cleric or paladin, I don't know if she's decided yet, of Mycordia.
Oh, so she definitely bathes in the water of a supreme deity.
Well, I mean,
probably has very
we
nice
all
skin.
have the same bathhouse, so we all bathe in the same waters.
Oh,
It's a really nice bathhouse.
okay. Whatever you need to brush between the cheeks at night and get clean is totally on you. I suppose.
Well, we're not going to get any closer to our goal sitting around here. Let's go check on this young man's friend.
I'm sorry for almost threatening you. Oh. Let's go.
The first time.
He threatened us. What was he gonna do?
He was-
Slap us?
I'd be careful with him.
Actually, I was gonna tell everybody that you tried to flirt with that you had every STI and STD that I could remember, and I can remember a lot because that was a really awkward and long week. And Mom and Mama Gajos and Auntie Autumn would not let us not pay attention. And Nikolaj stared at us and glared at all of the boys through the window.
It's like he's speaking another language. It like right over my head. Was that common?
It was common. He just talks really fast. Let's go, please. We're burning daylight. We have people to save, murders to figure out, kids or young adults to check on. Let's just get outside. I can get us access to any place we need outside of
Any place we need.
most places. Unless
Alright, set out.
Alright. You all gather your things and you leave Zuri's apartment and head to the Church of Vita, not too far away from where she lives. When you arrive, you find yourself in front of, I would say, the second biggest church. The first largest church is the Church of Veritam, which is now the headquarters of the Apostles. Mycordia has a smaller church on the west side of the city, but here in the northeast part of the city, near the palace, is the Church of Vita. It has tall, Gothic-like towers in the front with a sloped roof with arches that go along the ridge of it. The set of double doors at the very front are wide open, and you can see a number of clerics and other paladins kind of milling about, talking. You see someone coming towards the church carrying what seems to be a stretcher on which you see an injured person. They seem to be writhing in pain almost, but there's no visible marks on them. They come right up the front entrance, people moving out of the way to let them in. When you arrive, one second. When you arrive, some of the other clerics you recognize as you come up, Zuri, and when they turn to look at you all and kind of bow to greet you, one of them in particular looks you directly in the eye. It's a young woman you've worked with many times. She's a little bit lower in the totem pole than you, but she looks at you with a gasp, and she clutches her symbol of Vita in her chest. Zuri? And when you say that name, everyone else turns to look at you.
Yes.
You're alive.
Like, you're well liked around here.
I mean, this is my church.
We thought you were dead.
Why would you think that? I'm Zuri.
They all look at each other. You didn't hear.
Didn't hear what?
You were part of the team that were at the plaza when the bomb went off. Everyone else is dead. Brother Premont, Sister Emmy, Gabriella, they're all dead. We thought you died too when you didn't return.
Wait, they're all dead?
Yes.
And we have bodies to confirm that.
She looks down and you see another man step forward, one of the other clerics. We have enough of them to identify them.
Zuri exhales hard and looks toward Azrael and in side glance acknowledges what he said was true, and then looks back toward what's the person's name that's talking to me?
The
Right
woman
now.
who's talking to you is Sister Sabrina.
Okay.
The
So
man was Father Ibrahim.
Okay. I look back toward them, and as like my eyes get all like watery, but not crying, just watery and glossy, I go up and I embrace them in a hug, and when I embrace Father, I tell him that I will figure out who did this and not to feel as though this is something that's going to continue.
We're glad someone survived. There's a number of injured still in the church, waiting to be healed. The wounds were particularly horrific. Nothing like I've ever seen. At least not in a long time.
I do want to address Father, however, in my adventure of not dying with, unfortunately, all of our sisters and brethren, I do want to make you aware that Ophelia was of great use. She did protect me. I know that you had recent disgruntles about her and her where her heart lie, and so I do just want to make that in the forefront of when you look at her, that she was there to protect me, and I will see and tend to the healing of the injured. Zuri will turn around and she will look toward the group, and so unfortunately I do have to go and attend to some unfortunate wounds due to the bombing. Varian, I think that maybe you should stay closer to me in the case we do find your friend, Mace.
I would like to note one thing. When she mentioned Ophelia, Father Ibrahim's sisters, Sabrina and a couple others, did look past Zuri to Ophelia, and you don't need insight checks to see a couple scornful looks on their face before they look back at Zuri. Yeah, after you finish talking to Varian, Father Ibrahim puts a gentle hand on your shoulder and says, I would speak to Father Alec. He's been particularly worried about you.
Okay. Do you know where he is?
He's in his office.
Well, I do have to stay within 30 feet of my friends here. Are they able to... Oh.
Why is that?
We're bonding.
During...
It's a bonding technique. It's working. She's rubbing off on me. I'm doing so good already. And she's found all these other people that she's taken under her wing to bond them and instruct them on how to follow in Vita's teachings.
Father Ibrahim and Sister Sabrina kind of look at each other. They're allowed in the church, just please keep them away from the injured. Unless they're friends or family.
I will make sure that they stay within sight and that they do not bother the poor people that we have in the back. Zuri is going to walk toward what's his name?
Hey, Zuri, you don't have to try and find out who did this. I know who did this.
And who did this?
There's no question in my mind it was Arthur.
And what concrete evidence do you have to back that theory up?
I just know it was Arthur.
I need more information, Fenrir. But other than I know, that is not concrete. What do you have on Arthur?
I know Arthur.
Do I know Arthur?
This would.
Make a Nexus info check. Anyone who's listening.
Do I get advantage?
You just succeed.
Considering we had this conversation last night, I'm assuming I know who we're talking about.
If you got that information last night, then yeah.
We brushed on it lightly. Yeah.
I don't think Varian would know anything more than what we talked about last night.
Okay, fair enough. Ophelia, Arthur. Did you date a guy named Arthur at one point? That's a long time ago. But Zuri, the way he's only saying Arthur, but the Arthur that comes to your mind of individuals who could potentially do something like this or have the wherewithal or what's the word I'm looking for? Resources to do something like this would probably be Arthur Ironhand, the head of the Rose Syndicate. He has recently been a outspoken critic of the government to the point of where him and the Rose Syndicate basically own the entire northwest part of the city and routinely clash with the government.
Okay. So Fenrir, when you say Arthur, is this a close friend of yours?
I know him really well.
But is he a friend?
No, I wouldn't call him a friend.
Okay, so then again, I need to know what, before we make false accusations here, why do you think Arthur would do this?
Arthur's trying to destabilize the city. He wants to take power. The worse things are, the more desperate people are, the more people are willing to trust him.
And you think that he would go
And
to the lengths of
attacking a
bombing?
breadline, absolutely, without a doubt. I don't think he'd hesitate. He has the men, he has the weapons. There's
But even
no doubt in my mind it was him.
Even with those two factors, you think that he would be more than okay to put in the line of fire innocent civilians?
Absolutely. And if he knew I was there, all the more reason. He's wanted me dead for a long time.
Is there a reason?
We have a long history. Very personal.
If I may interject.
Of course.
Sorry.
Yeah. Speak your mind, Azrael.
Arthur Ironhand is a famous, I put this very loosely here,
Infamous.
racketeer. Infamous, thank you. Fenrir. Racketeer, blackmailer, murderer, petty thug, whatever you want to say. He's spreading propaganda. Fenrir is correct, destabilizing the community, bring more people towards him. Killing innocent civilians isn't something he's above. He's done. However, blowing up his own men, there's something else going on here.
I mean, it
Attacking
could just
food
be somebody who was incompetent with and didn't know how to use the bomb.
doesn't make sense because they were running towards the cart when it exploded, Varian. Not throwing the bomb or planting it, for example. Dealt with occasional explosive here and then. There's something else going on. After this, like I said, if we can investigate, that'd be the best opportunity for all of us to figure out exactly what happened.
So Azrael, if I may I ask you a question?
Go right ahead.
If Arthur is, say, the one who committed the bombing, how would you investigate to confirm that allegation?
I'm on the belief that he didn't commit the bombing, but he was definitely going to attack the cart. At least some had been there too. I think the bombing was separate of what the initial raid was going to be.
Okay.
The
And
men were...
Ben-
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The men were running towards the cart, full sprint. They weren't anticipating an explosion. If they were, they would have
Arthur's a
waited.
terrorist.
That is very true. If they were going to raid what was left, one, why destroy such an asset to take the food afterwards? It was all gone.
Wait. They said they had... Sorry, Zuri. This is gonna come across callous. They said that they had enough to identify all of the cleric bodies because they thought you were dead. So if they have enough to identify 4 cleric bodies, and one of them isn't you...
Who else did they pick up?
Is he just referencing the other 3?
But they all thought she was dead.
Oh, it was a bomb. Puppies.
However, we were far enough from the blast to knock us away. I think we may be able to find some extra evidence of the others that were raiding the cart that were far enough away. Then we may find some pieces of them. Sorry for the callousness of that sentence. Let's get to healing, and if I may, question some of these my people if they're still alive.
Okay. I do think that Fenrir, please hold on to your thought regarding Arthur possibly being our subject. And Azrael, please also keep the idea that it was not him in mind. Due to not having concrete evidence, I believe this conversation is not going any further.
That's fair.
Zuri will go into... So I do need to go speak to Father, and in doing so, I cannot take you in there with me. But again, we do need to stay within 30 feet of each other, so please stay close to the door.
We'll be right outside the door.
Zuri will go in and talk to Father.
Oh, hello? Okay. Sorry, I lied out for a second. Yes, so you head inside the church. As you do, it's not too often they keep the front doors open of the church, and when you step inside, you immediately see why. Images flood back to you of plagues and sicknesses that have swept through the city, and so many people being brought to the Church of Vita that they turn the main lobby here, the main worship area. They push the pews aside, and people are just laying on the ground on bedrolls, and it seems to be the case here as well. Most of the people kept out here are those who are lightly injured or still recovering, so there's no gruesome wounds or anything like that as you go through. Most people here just seem to already have been bandaged or healed, and they're likely just taking a day or two to recover. As you make your way through this area, Varian, you are going to be noticed first before you notice them with your passive 10
Okay.
perception. You're going to hear, Varian!
May, it's May, it's talking, right?
Yes, you recognize the voice instantly.
Okay. Maze! And I'm gonna turn and look for him.
As you turn to look, you will see him laying down on a bedroll, his right knee having been bandaged. You can see the bandages on there. There's no blood seeping through or anything like that, so maybe not as serious of a wound. But what is interesting is next to him is the armor you had made for him, which is completely and utterly dented in. He likely got hit by some kind of debris that would have killed him if it were not for that armor. But he looks at you.
I told you.
Oh, over here.
I told you not to take that off. And like Varian is like runs towards the edge of the circle and then like is doing that like foot to foot quick pacing. Like, come on, you guys, come faster. I want to like he's about ready to dash off. If
Do you guys approach Maze?
How far can we get from Zuri?
Well, that's ultimately up to Zuri then.
I was gonna say just lean to Variant, bring him with us as Zuri goes to the office so we can talk to him at the same time.
If
No crystal.
Is your knee okay? I have to stay with them. You can come. I can help you.
Sure. I'll need to lean on you though.
Yeah.
I
Also,
they didn't say it was broken, but it really hurts. That too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks a bunch, by the way.
I told you it was gonna work.
What happened to you?
Well, This is Azrael. He's a guard. He's doing some investigating, and I know some things about explosions, so I'm helping, and I'm kind of in a witness protection thing, so I have to stay within 30 feet of him.
Okay, what about everyone else? Weren't these all the... Wasn't she the one stealing bread?
Well, he's keeping an eye on her. That's why she's here. And she's keeping an eye on her, and he's just kind of with us because he doesn't trust them.
He's with me.
But how about you? Let's fix your armor and tell me about what happened to you.
Okay, you gotta help me up though.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I help him up, and then as soon as he's up, I'm gonna like bear hug him.
And he returns the hug.
Yeah.
I was worried you died. You didn't show up. All night I was worried. I couldn't get home.
I'm surprised your mom or Corbin or Spelt or really anyone isn't here yet.
Svelte stopped by. He was looking for you.
Oh, okay.
I told him I didn't know what
them it
happened to
wasn't
you.
my fault, right? You told them it was not my fault this one was not my fault.
They didn't ask.
I'm in so much trouble.
The way Svelte was talking, it sounds like Mom might be a little upset.
Your mom or my mom?
Both.
Oh, great. They're fighting again, aren't they?
No, I think their anger is more focused on you.
I didn't do anything!
Well, they're worried you're dead.
That's not my fault. And I'm gonna like help him and be
when
like
they learn you
dragging
didn't
the
go
armor.
home or you didn't show up all night, they're gonna be really mad.
His fault. His fault.
Who are you pointing at?
Azrael.
He looks to Azrael, and immediately as he looks at Azrael, he just shirks back a little bit.
Are you afraid, mate?
No. Never. Just... I don't...
Your body language says otherwise.
Well,
Stop picking on Maze!
Yeah!
I'm just pointing out.
Why do you be around this guy?
Complications.
Alright, well, he puts an arm around you. I can go with you, I just gotta hop a little.
And yeah, I will help him, and I will drag the armor with the other hand.
Here, let me grab that. I'm just gonna pick up the armor and carry it for him.
Thank you. Be careful with it. I worked really hard on that.
As you look at it, it's like bent in. Alright, you guys can follow Zuri now towards Father Elric's office. As you exit the main area, heading back into narrow hallways that extend back into the further reaches of the church, you'll begin to pass by other doors and rooms where you can hear groaning, sounds of injured and sick. Passing by one room in particular, you see a couple clerics gathered around what seems to be a man on a stone slab in a room. He's currently like moaning in pain, and he seems to have some kind of cloth stuck in his mouth as he's biting down on it. And you see one of the priests is currently around his leg, which you can get a glimpse of a bloody stump. They seem to be performing some kind of, outside of healing magic, some kind of means to save his leg. But as you kind of pass by, his kind of moans and muffled shouts fade off in the distance. But it's not too far until you reach the front door office of Father Albert.
Within 30 feet of the area, I would like to find a chair or something to set Maze on.
Easy enough.
And then I'm going to sit next to him and start repairing his armor.
Did you see that guy with no leg?
I know, it was kind of cool, but also really sad for him, and I hope he gets better soon. But did you see that leg?
He looks down at his leg. Yeah.
Don't worry, I made you armor. The armor is super, like... You have to wear it all times. Like, you can't ever take it off ever again.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's clearly amazing.
Can you make me leg armor next?
Well, first we have to find more materials. I used the last that I had with this stuff. You know that. Maybe Alistair will bring something I could use next time he comes. I know, but he brings stuff.
Zuri, did you want to knock on his door?
Yeah, Zuri will go ahead and knock.
You hear a kind of a muffle through the doorway. Come in.
She opens the door and takes one last glance at her friend before closing it.
As she steps inside to talk with Father Elric, what are the rest of you going to be doing?
I'm just standing here. Wait.
I'm just waiting, just observing Mac and Maze as they're doing their stuff.
Seems like a real good friend of yours, Varian.
Oh yeah, I've known Maze forever. He's my brother.
Since birth?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do everything together.
Everything.
I would do anything for Varian.
Yeah.
Nudge Azrael. Wink.
I'd do anything for Maze too.
Oh!
So,
Oh!
She's talking like she figured something out, but I don't know what she's talking about. I think she's come to a wrong conclusion.
Why is she winking at me?
so you
I
two are
have
together.
no idea.
What?
No.
What'd he say?
No, he's interested in Cassie. He has a 5-year plan for Cassie. To hook up with Cassie.
We're best friends, okay?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm dating Cassie. Ish.
But you said you do him.
Well,
What?
yeah, because Maze is awesome.
Didn't he just say
But-
that? He would do Varian.
But do anything for him.
Yeah.
He'd do anything with him. That's what I heard.
Or.
Isn't she a prisoner?
Or
Why
is
is she allowed
different
to
than-
talk?
She's strange.
You have a problem with me talking. Are you sure you want to make those kind of comments? Aren't you injured? You might get hurt.
Yeah, but then you'll get hurt worse.
I don't think so.
Please no
You might be
threatening to
surprised.
Varian, what did we talk about earlier?
She started it.
She did start it.
He did start at night.
And I'll end it, too.
The children.
Not if all of your stuff falls apart.
Oh no, not all of my stuff falling apart. Oh no!
Well, I'm pretty sure you can't cast magic without, your
My what?
Yeah.
My
This
what?
doesn't need to go. I'm gonna stand in between them.
Do you think I'm a wizard?
We'll get the Acme Guild together.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Acne Guild, that makes sense. Since you two are juveniles.
Acme.
Right,
A-C-N.
acne.
All
Just
right.
use a little aloe vera.
little bit of compassion goes a long way.
Yeah, fine, as long as she doesn't threaten Maze again.
Who?
Varian. Ophelia, you can be the bigger person.
What does that mean?
Zuri's been working with you, right? It means that even when others are going to be rude and disrespectful to you,
You shit on them.
no,
Yeah, she's
you
stopped.
turn the other cheek.
So you shit on them.
I walked into that.
Even Maze can't help but laugh at that one.
What I had to put up with for like 12 hours.
It means when
Been
they're
faithful.
mean to you, you're nice to them.
Why would I be nice to them if they were mean to me?
Because it's the right thing to do.
Right to who? If you show weakness, people take advantage of you.
It's not weakness.
That's weakness.
Kind of messed up.
Yeah. This is what I've had to deal with for like the last 12 hours.
Sorry, come back, sorry. Hear my thoughts. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Speaking of Zuri, Zuri, as you had entered the office, you can see Father Elric, both hands on his head, looking down at what seems to be an open book in front of him. You would know this book by heart. You've seen him look into it many times. It's a record of dead. And you can see even from across the room in the candlelight here, there's a number. Basically, the first page, the page you can see, and about half the next page, all seems to be fresh, glistening ink. He looks up. Sorry. He stands up and begins to come over, and he embraces you in a hug. How are you? I thought you were dead.
No, I am not, but it seems like everybody thinks that I'm dead, and I'm not sure why everybody thinks that I'm dead. I see that you're looking at that book again.
I had to write a number of new names into it today.
Anyone that was close?
Yes. Premond, Gabriella, and Emmy.
I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry for their loss. I'm sorry for not being here to help try and save them.
There was nothing to save. Whatever caused these deaths was right next to them. There was not much left.
Do you know who did this?
No, the NIA is looking over the site right now, and anything they find, they'll tell us. But I haven't heard anything about who did this. We've been focused mostly on just keeping those affected by the blast alive until they can be healed.
Do you think that the church is a target?
I think we were an unfortunate casualty. I can't imagine many people would want to specifically target the Church of Vita. After all, we heal all. We don't discriminate. There's a number of not only guards here being healed, but also less than savory individuals.
Well, Father, I will do everything in my power to heal those that that I can. However, I do only have a capacity to heal so many. Is there anybody else here on staff that has been healing?
Of course. We've been as many as we can bring. Even the church of my quarters sent some clerics over earlier this morning. Most of those who were in critical condition have been stabilized. Now it's more of just tending to what we can and allowing them to rest and recuperate.
Is there,
I'm
Father?
just,
I feel like there's something you're not telling me.
I am telling you all that I know. I have no reason to hide anything from you.
Okay.
Okay, that's not entirely true. I do need to strike your name out of the book.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, we thought you were dead, so I wrote you down.
Well, erase that. I'm right here in front of you. You can touch me.
That's what I'm saying. Is after we're done, I'm going to cross your name out.
Okay. But you didn't answer my question as to why you thought I was dead.
Well, when the guards went over the site, they found a number of scraps of robes and even a few symbols of Vita. I found 4.
So we're just assuming that because they found a symbol that it was. Are we even sure who died? Like, are we? Do we know that? Like
Sister
now.
Zuri, do you know how much of Gabriella they found?
How do we know that it was her?
Because she was the one we found the most of. Only half of her skull remaining. Everything else had been obliterated in the blast. So we had to identify what we could. Not
So-
many people have symbols of Vita.
But if it wasn't me that you found, then who did you find?
That is a question that I think hopefully the guards can answer soon. With you being alive, I'm sure those questions will begin to be asked.
Okay, Father.
Sorry for my outburst.
No, my apologies, Father. I should not have been so aggressive. I will go and I will heal whom I can. But prior, is there anything that you need?
You can see, especially after his outburst, he's beginning to tear up a little bit. And when you ask if there's anything you need, he pulls you in for another hug. I'm just glad you're alive, Zuri. I thought we had lost you.
I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm glad that I'm not dead. I do think that it would be best if you refrain from sending more clerics to, in a large number, to any community events for
Well,
the time being.
this doesn't leave this room, but the NIA has suspended all food handouts for the foreseeable future to avoid more incidences like this.
She glares up to the side. Great. Ophelia's not gonna be happy with that.
I'm glad to hear that she's alive as well.
It's actually the reason that I'm alive.
Do tell.
When the bomb went off, I, as well as a few of my newly found friends or comrades, if you will, were sent to a place, and there was many devious creatures that were sent from below to kill us. And if it had not been for her, along with the other 3 individuals, I would have died.
There are creatures in Nexus.
There are creatures in Nexus. Oh wait, that was a plane, right?
What's that?
That was a plane. Like that was.
Yes.
It wasn't
was
Nexus.
It was
Technically,
not
no.
Okay. No, not within Nexus. It was an wormhole dimensional thing, if you would. It was not our direct home.
You feeling all right, Zuri?
I mean, in short, as well as I can.
Are you telling me that you planar traveled?
If that is the appropriate term, I suppose that yes, I have.
There's a portal open in the city, and these creatures are able to come through. We must alert the government right away.
That's not the case, Father.
Then what is the case?
I don't exactly know how to explain this to you. But the deity of her name, the justice deity,
Adicia.
Adicia. Adicia sent us back, and was something that she had.
I'm sorry. You mean the deity Adicia?
Yes, the deity Adicia.
Are you certain it was them?
I mean, to my knowledge, she looked, acted, and dressed as Adicia would do in a poor state. So yes.
Zuri, in times of crisis, there are those who seek to take advantage. Are you certain this individual was not trying to manipulate?
I mean, if she was trying to manipulate, she wouldn't have given me. Reaches behind her and grabs the huge box. The stone that sent us back.
Chat.
Everyone's losing their minds right now. What is this?
Wait, what'd you say?
What is this?
It is not something that I will go into much detail on, Father, but it is what sent us back.
Whatever is transpiring, Zuri, it's important that those in charge know.
I don't. There's nothing more going on other than what is the normal. The bombings and the injured, it was a catastrophe. But I'm working on it, Father.
It is normal. You're speaking of planar travel and Adicia, the deity of justice, here in Nexus. Either there is something very wrong going on, or you've been affected by the blast in some way.
Mm-mm. I don't know what to say to that.
He sees your kind of and I'm not sure what to say. Sister Zuri, I've known you your entire life. You've been here from a very young age, healing and training. Is the city in danger? Is its people in danger?
At this moment, no.
Are you in danger?
I can't answer that.
I'll ask you one thing, Zuri.
Yes, Father.
If any of those two things change, you'll come here.
You will be the first one to know.
Whatever is going on, you've asked me to trust you, so I will. But if I feel like anything is developed, I will be telling the interim authority.
Understood. Now I must go and heal the dying.
Very well. Be safe, Zuri.
And please let me know if you find out anything regarding the bombing.
I will.
Zuri grabs the box, throws it back on her back, and she leaves.
He stands in the middle of the room and watches you go, a concerned look on his face.
Give meeting?
Yeah, you see Zuri step out of the office back into the hallway.
If I
Thank
may
Good
God.
say
news, I hope.
out of game here. We're all absolutely losing our fucking minds
Yeah,
right
no
now.
kidding.
But you did fucking great, cool, no worries. Fuck. Why?
I love it. I'm here for the intrigue. I'm so fucking here for it.
You know,
I'm-
like
yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Mhm.
murdering a high priest was not on the list, and now it might be on the fucking list.
Might have to add it to the list.
It's going to the top of the list.
I might know a guy for that. I mean, wait, never mind. Shh.
Wait, killing
Kidding.
a high priest.
You told him.
Yeah.
We were supposed to tell him, and if he rants,
We
or
don't
says
technically
something-
know.
Yeah, I know.
I know. This is all out of character.
This
but
is
we need
like-
to freak out. We
He
need
seems
to
shady.
spaz for a minute.
Look. The only people who know what's going on is here, and Zur is the only one who went off to talk to someone else. So, process of elimination, who the fuck is it gonna be?
Well, for right now, none
right.
of you are aware that happened.
All good.
Yeah.
Zuri
We're
steps
good.
into the hallway,
job.
That was great.
where everyone's waiting.
Oh, thank
Productive
God.
meeting?
What'd you say?
Productive meeting?
I suppose.
Anything important?
Nothing at the moment. They thought I was dead, but yet I'm here and I'm living. So, who the person is?
Congrats.
Congrats.
on not being dead.
Oh, well, yeah. Thank you. I mean, you were with me. We were doing things, and here we are.
Yes, we were doing very important things, which is why we could not be here. I glance over at Maeve, which is what should be told to all adults.
Maze, are you going to be resting here at the church for a while?
Yeah, they want to. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No,
No, sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought he said Maze. He said Zuri. Continue.
No, I said Maze.
Oh.
Okay. I heard Zuri.
Yeah, they want to keep me here at least one night. See if my knee gets any better. But
Well, I'm
he keeps
glad you two were able to rekindle your flame.
flame.
But
What?
There's no flame.
What are you talking about?
They're strange.
Why are they being weird?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on in their brains. They're all like this all the time, except for him. He's
Every
kinda
time,
cool.
every time we leave, this kind of stuff happens.
This is probably why we're not allowed to leave.
Are we done here? Was there anything else we're supposed to do here?
I don't want to cut your reunion short, but we do have a lot to do.
Right. But Zuri had to heal some things, so I can just finish fixing his armor, right? That shouldn't take too much longer. Zuri was gonna go heal some people anyways, right?
Yes, I do need to go heal.
They have a lot of clerics here, and we have a lot to do. No, you want to heal people from. No, you want to heal people from the.
Sorry, go ahead, Dustin.
Oh, I know you want to heal people from the blast, but we have a chance to heal this whole city.
Well, I need to go speak with one of my sister clerics and just make sure that they know that I'm leaving.
All right.
What's he talking about, Varian?
I have no idea. Remember, they're weird. They're strange. They talk about strange things, and I have no freaking clue what's going on in any of their brains. The only one I actually like is that one. And I pointed at Azrael, but I'm trying to keep that on the down low while we're not, so that Azrael can't see. But I'm pretty sure he can see, because it's Varian.
I changed my mind about that one, Zuri. He wouldn't get into Celestia. He's kind of a dick. You ready? Ready to move out? Let's go. Come on, Chad.
Let me just get this dent out.
Time.
Can I just get the dent out? So the armor's mostly fixed?
Yeah, easy enough.
Okay, put this back on right now. Just in case.
I mean, you have to help me in it.
Just in case, I will help him in it.
Just get the straps on and everything, and he gets back into his armor.
Stay safe, brother.
I'll stay
And I'm gonna
here.
hug him.
You stay safe too, whatever the fuck is going on.
I have no idea. But that's okay.
And
Because that's how we figure things out, is by doing stuff that we don't know.
Don't tell my mom I cursed.
Yeah, we don't. I won't. Tell her that this is not my fault, and that I am with a responsible adult who is given me instructions, and this is not my fault, and I should not be punished for this or grounded in any way, shape, or form.
Then you should go back and tell them yourself.
That's probably not gonna happen.
Can I hear
You're being
this?
taken prisoner.
No. Remember, we have a code word for that. I didn't use the code word.
Are you asking if you could overhear this?
Yeah.
You're overhearing more than likely half the conversation. Maze is being quiet. I don't imagine Varian is.
Okay.
But make me a perception check.
Can I also make an insight check on Zuri?
Sure.
Ooh.
Damn.
With a 10, no, you're not able to overhear Maze. He's being whispery and quiet on purpose. But Ophelia, with a 20, what are you trying to insight?
She just spoke to just how she is. Like, we overheard that her little friends died, and then she spoke to the she spoke to the priest. So
Little Ophelia's slipping out.
trying to see like her mental state.
Okay. How is Zuri feeling right now? What's she looking like?
So Zuri is feeling very like she knows it, and telling father like in regards to like the box and the item in it, like what she has just done, and she feels a slight amount of guilt, but she knows like in total that father needs to get out of the way, and the only way to possibly the only way to possibly do that is by giving him enough information, and so she just is curious of whether she's making the right decision, but she's also extremely depressed that her friends have died, but she will not let her face change in regards to being saddened.
Okay, make me a deception check. Oh.
Ooh.
So in the
Defenders
case of
win.
ties, it goes to the defender, and you're defending because she's trying to incite you. So, looking at Zuri, she seems a little somber, but ultimately, she seems stoic. Hard to read.
Sorry.
Ophelia?
You're right, dear.
I mean, as much as one can, hearing all of their friends just died, the people that they see on a daily basis.
That must be hard. Do you want a hug?
Yeah, if you don't mind, that would be great.
Oh, I never mind hugging you, darling. Come here. You smell good. You showered today. You bathed today. It's nice.
I did bathe today.
It's really nice.
Sorry.
No, please. Go ahead.
When Zuri hugs you, she whispers in your ear that you need to be mindful of Father and to not say anything. And then thank you so much for that hug, Ophelia. That was definitely very reassuring and very comforting.
I am sorry about your friends. I know that they were important people to you. Yes,
they were. But I do know that praying to Vita, that it will hopefully, this will not affect our area again.
You know, if it makes you feel any better, they were clerics and they were good as shit. So I bet they're in Celestia. They're not probably getting torn apart, turned into shitty lemurs in the hell. So if that makes you feel any better, at least they have like eternal paradise to look forward to. Better than this shithole, actually.
Ophelia.
It's not a shithole. I didn't say shithole. I said shit. There's a mole over there on that guy, and it's oh wow. He should really do something about that mole. You know.
I appreciate your words, and I know they are in Celestia, or at least I hope they are in Celestia. If they're looking down upon us at the moment, then I know that they will hopefully laugh at your yes. witty joke as it was. But it just makes things a little bit harder for me in regards to now there are less people to do healing.
Well, luckily, the church has you, and there is no better cleric than you.
Oh, well, thank you, Ophelia. That room that we passed the guy that was moaning, how far is that from where we are right now?
Not too far. Probably like a short 15-second walk.
Ophelia, I need to take care of something. Can you walk with me?
Yes, I'm good at walking.
I think we're all walking together, given the circumstances.
Actually, if you don't mind, Fenrir, I would prefer if you stay here for a moment with Azrael and Varian.
I mean, are we far? Are we going to be close enough?
Yes,
I mean, literally, we physically cannot be too far.
Yeah, you might be. I mean, you might need to move a little closer, but you can. It's still 30 feet away.
Okay. actually, there's a place up here that you can sit. And while you're sitting here, I just have some things I need to take care of with Ophelia in this other room.
Important good person things.
By the time you return to the room, most of the people that were in there have finished doing what they were doing. It seems like... Make me a medicine check, actually, Zuri. And Ophelia, who's in the room also, if you care to.
No, she doesn't care.
With a 19, likely the reason they had this man, gagged to keep him quiet was that they were cutting away dead flesh around his wound to dress it. You see it's now dressed and everything, but he's lying on the stone table now unconscious. You having to open the door to enter in, but it's not locked or anything, and he's the only one in the room.
Does this room have a door?
Yes, you just opened it to come in.
Okay. So Zuri steps inside and she pulls Ophelia inside with her, and she turns and looks at Ophelia. Ophelia, I just need you to watch that door while I heal this man, and make sure that nobody comes in, or I want you to shut the door in their face.
Done. Oh, I'm so good at slamming doors in people's faces.
And don't kill them. Just shut the door in their face.
Can I...
Gently, with force.
What about like a brisk close? Like a little bit of air comes out when you shut it.
Yes.
Okay.
Just do not let anybody in,
No.
and do not let them see.
Okay. Done.
Zuri walks over to the body and she casts healing. And as she casts healing, she gives a slight just a sigh of relief, as it is an only level 1 spell, but and
What happens when you cast at higher levels?
who knows?
When you kneel down and cast Cure Wounds, make sure you mark off that spell slot. The man doesn't arise from his state of unconsciousness or anything, but likely the wound, it's hard to see because of the dressing, but likely the wound around his knee has begun to kind of close, the skin regrowing. You can't restore a leg, unfortunately, not without a really high level spell, but you can at least heal the wound that has been caused by the blast, basically.
She notices that there's like a slight difference in his leg, and that the bleeding is not soaking with blood anymore. And she looks to Ophelia and, all right, Ophelia, everything's taken care of. Let's go.
I enjoyed the view. The show is just...
Thank you. I take pride in my work, and
Oh, I bet you do.
I wanted you to be here.
Thank you for the seat. If you ever need to do any more healing, please, I would like to be in the front row. Maybe the splash zone would be.
Okay, Ophelia, let's go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
While we're outside, I would like to do 2 things with Maze. The first is open a notebook and be like, and he's trying to be quiet, but this is Varian. Look, I saw a report from a real guards. This is what they look like. And I'm gonna hand the paper. We can have real reports in the guild now. So, and it's just like the layout, like a template type thing. Yeah.
Wow, that looks really cool. It looks official.
Right. Oh, and also I have this new plan, and I'm gonna flip the page. I'm gonna make a magic pocket that can hold way more things, and it's
Where are you gonna get this?
It's gonna be lighter. I don't know yet. I'm still gonna figure it out. But this is the plan. Look how cool this is.
That is cool, but you're not gonna.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
Alistair, right?
No, I won't ask Alistair.
Okay,
But he might have stuff. but I won't.
Sure
Promise.
he does.
But still, look how cool this is.
I mean, it's really cool. Wait, so like what? You can like
Just
reach
think,
your hand
we
in
can
there?
all have. Yeah, you can reach your hand in and like pull out like, I don't know, a broom. A broom would fit in there.
Oh,
Or a sword. We could put a sword in there.
that sounds cool.
Or a crossbow. Just think, we could all have our own bags, and they could like just pull out all kinds of crossbows. Well, I don't know yet. I haven't made it yet.
How big is the pocket gonna be?
They haven't figured that out yet. It's still in design phase.
I mean,
This is just
it's
the
still
first
cool.
draft.
I mean, it's still cool.
Yeah.
What do you think they're whispering about, bud?
I got no idea.
I'm pretty sure you can hear it. I'm pretty sure you can hear what Varian is saying.
Young love.
He said something about a template officer's report. Who knows?
Zuri and Ophelia return into the hallway.
Onward!
Okay. Are you guys leaving the church now?
I think so,
Yeah.
right? We're done here.
Okay. No one else needs to do anything here?
Nope, I killed a guy. Good.
All right.
Satisfied.
As you leave, you could return Maze to his spot in the main area. You help him back down. Are you... He like whispers to you, Varian. Are you sure you're not being kidnapped?
Yes, I would have used the code word if I was being kidnapped. I would have used the code word.
Okay.
That's why we have code words.
All right. But I'm not gonna lie to my mom. She asks where you are. I'm not gonna lie to your mom. I'm not gonna lie to anyone. Not Svelte. I saw you. And
You
if you
did
don't
see
show
me.
up, and they come
I'm in
looking
witness
for you,
protection, and it's his fault. So,
you think Svelte cares about witness protection?
fuck. Wait, don't tell my mom I said that!
Did Varian just point at me saying, it's his fault, I'm here?
Yes. He's using you as a scapegoat.
Yeah. You have my word, Varian won't get hurt in any circumstances. He's purely under protection due to the circumstances. He was an eyewitness.
Yeah, but accidents happen.
He looks at Azriel, and he turns back to Varian and whispers something that you won't be able to hear, but like really like directly in Varian's ear. Are you sure he's a guard?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a guard.
He looks like those guys Corbin told us to stay away from.
If you're still concerned, you have my word. I'll do everything I can to keep him safe.
Varian's gonna twitch it. That's a thing that Varian's gonna twitch at. I think I'm sure it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay, I believe you, but just letting you know, the longer you stay away from home, the more they're gonna be mad.
Maze,
I'm
you
trying.
have my word. I'll keep your friend safe.
I don't like him either.
Yeah, I only like the one. The rest of them kind of suck.
Are you done? Are they done? Are we going to spend all day here while they're on? Can we go?
Sorry, you don't have any friends to talk to.
I have lots of
Yeah.
friends.
All right, let's go. Before this escalates.
Be safe, all right?
You too. I'm totally gonna make a taser and like tase her. Maybe
know what
I'll
that
teach her
is.
some manners.
Do you want to make
will
more
not.
threats? Do you want to?
He's like a dad. He's like, I'm tired of this shit. He's like, come
Dragging out
on.
both of them by their ears. Get that, come on.
Varian, you won't do anything like that.
Sorry, something should
Let's
be into
go.
it.
All right, so you guys leave the Church of Vita. People around you who are recovering a little annoyed at the outbursts here in the church. But when you leave, where are you guys heading to next?
I think the
Awesome.
center of town to investigate or Azrael wanted to investigate, and then that's on the way to the Odysseia.
Yep.
To throw in, I'd like to stop by the Church of Mycordia if it's not too far. Need to let the priest know I'm leaving, and they might be able to help us and give us supplies for our trip.
It is going to be past.
Way...
Yeah, it's going to be past the center of town to the west.
That's right. We're not supposed to tell anyone where we're going.
I mean, I'm not telling them where we're going, but they might be able to give us some supplies.
But isn't it like
And-
way over there?
A bit out of the way.
Isn't the whole city like 3 by 3 miles wide?
It's 6 miles wide.
It's really not
6
that.
miles in diameter.
It's really not that far, right?
I mean, I just said it's past the center of town.
No, I know, but I'm responding to Varian.
Yeah, probably like
and-
20-minute walk. 15, 20-minute walk.
That was fucking farther than that.
Mm-mm.
Alright.
I also thought it was further.
Yep, well, I redact my statement. Alright, no.
Okay. So you guys are heading to the center of town first for the
Yep.
blast.
Yes.
Okay. Leaving the Church of Vita, you head back toward the center of town. The populace has not really returned too much to the area. People are still coming to the fountain to access drinking water and things like that. And there are a few onlookers at the actual around the site. The guards are still keeping people away from it, and you can see that there's a number of guards specifically in the plaza investigating the blast area. I would like Azrael. What's your passive perception, Azrael?
It's 13.
13. Okay.
My passive investigation is 16.
Okay. As you approach the center of town and the area where the guards have kind of blocked everything off, there's people, like civilians, still kind of loitering around the area trying to get a look. There's a few looky-loos, but not a lot of people. When you approach the line of the guards, they turn to look at you and the group.
Oh, Mike, they're with me.
Stormwake?
It always fucking happens. He's just gonna like dig in his pocket and just pull out his Raven Guard badge.
Well, you can go in, but I don't know about your friends.
They're eyewitnesses of aiding and investigating the situation.
Well, you need to talk to Udas.
Is she here?
She's the one in charge of the investigation.
Understood, but is she on premise?
They turn to look. She's right over there.
How imposing she is, I still seem not to see her half the time. Alright. Let's figure it out. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Then,
He steps aside.
Yep. I'll walk in.
Okay. As you walk in, you and all of you can see this from a distance as he walks and approaches her. You see a standing in between two taller men. They are both dressed in guard uniforms, and they seem to be discussing something with her in between. She's shorter than them by a few inches in the case of the man on the right, and almost by half a foot in the case of the man on the left. But even then, just her sheer presence seems to be commanding in comparison to these men. She is straight-backed. She has almost a resting bitch face. Blonde hair kind of tucked into a bun. She seems to be scanning the environment with her eyes, and they look like hawk eyes. Yes, Ophelia, she is very hot. But as you approach her, you know her very well, Azrael. This is Udazan Schreier. She is the head of... What did we call it again?
She was the head of the secret police and magic portals person. Commander. If I remember correctly.
Yes. Hang on. Why did I not write this down?
One job done. One job.
I know. Why can't I find it in our DMs? What the hell?
Here.
Here we go. The head of the Arcane Protection Guard. That's what the official title is. But she turns to look at you, and you all can see her from a distance again. Udazon Schreier.
Oh, she's so hot.
Oh no, she's hot.
Azriel.
Okay. Figured anything out yet?
Well, we figured out that the blast is not magical in nature.
That's right, it's chemical.
How do you know that?
I was here.
You were here.
Outside the blast radius. Blew me back a little bit. By a little bit, I mean it smacked me against the wall.
I didn't see any reports that you were working the crowd today, or yesterday.
To be fair, when do you see reports of me working crowd?
I'll have a word with your cleric. Or sorry, your clerk.
I told a guard to inform you, but apparently he didn't do that. Either way.
So you were
What's
here at the blast sites. Did you see anything?
My assumption was Rose Syndicate were assaulting the car. Cart blew up before they arrived. Multiple dead.
Anything new that we might not know?
Second party, most likely involved.
What do you mean a second party?
They were assaulting the cart before the cart exploded, running full sprint. They wouldn't have assaulted it if it was going to explode. And it
Yes,
looked as if it was...
the martyrdom aspect of it does seem to be more of the apostles' territory.
And it doesn't make sense. The explosion looks pre-placed.
What do you mean pre-placed?
I mean, it's right next to where the clerics were.
There were a number of people around that cart, including people attacking it. It could have been any number of them.
That's fair. From a distance, let me refresh my memory here. From a distance, you see, like, to those who can see his face, you see Azrael's like usual like full like black eyes go white, and he's going to cast encode thoughts.
Ooh.
For the record, Varian is kind of hiding behind Azrael, like not obviously hiding, but definitely like this is an intimidating lady.
You guys are still at the where the guards are. You're probably about 50 feet away or so.
He would be gone?
Sorry, misunderstood.
Oh, I'm sorry, 30 feet away.
I just fucking...
You're probably right at the edge of what you need to do.
Right. That group was with me, by the way. Eyewitnesses, kind of.
Eyewitnesses?
Eyewitnesses. I've handled
Have they
them.
been debriefed?
As of so far, I'm handling the situation.
Have they been officially debriefed?
No, Uda, but you know how I work.
I know. It annoys me.
I know it does. And I'm sorry.
Do you mind if I ask them a few questions?
Go right ahead. After we're done.
You there! Yes, you.
This
Send them
one.
over.
As she's going to ask some questions, he casts encode thoughts, and out of his it seemed like he like pulls like an orb like straight from his forehead and like kind of like expands it, and he comes out into like this picture-esque, and he seems to be like scrubbing his own memory of where everyone was placed, where the assailants were coming from, and exactly like at what time the explosion happened and where it was.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, from what I've said, does it look pre-placed? Does it seem like everything seems to have happened in the way that I'm remembering it?
Yes. So it seems from your perspective, again, you were fairly far away from the where the clerics were handing out food and everything. But even from your memory, you remember masked individuals attacking the guards that were protecting the clerics in the center. They were rushing forward. One of the guards had gotten hit over the head with a club, like halfway. It was basically falling down to the ground when the explosion happened. The clerics were backing away. These kind of attacks have happened before. They never go after the clerics. They're not monsters. And the clerics, Church of Vita, Mycordia, they don't tend to fight back. It's not worth their lives. So this seemed like a pretty standard attack from everything that you've read on other reports, and till everything exploded.
Right. No. I don't know when she's gonna.
Yeah.
start
So
questioning.
everyone, you're walking over.
Oh, good day, ma'am.
Yeah,
Good day. I'm Udazan. Udazan Shire. You can call me Uda for now.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Uda. I'm Fenrir, paladin of the Church of Veritam.
She looks you up and down. Then her eyes flicker to Azriel. They make eye contact.
He's not apostles. He's been vetted.
Oh, those blasphemous heretics. No, I'm now working out of the Church of Mycordia.
Good to hear.
Because I didn't agree with them.
Glad to hear not everyone's lost their fucking minds in the city. What about the rest of you?
Hi, I'm Zuri. Nice to meet you. I am a cleric at the Church of Vita.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Hi, ma'am.
Her eyes flicker to Varian with annoyance. And you are?
I'm very. It's you.
It's nice to meet you as well.
I'm with her, the cleric. Ophelia. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure's all mine. Now, Azriel says that you were witnesses to the attack. Is that correct?
I was there. We were all there. Yes.
In your own words, can you tell me what happened? Where were you when this attack occurred?
We were all standing right around that area over there.
She looks to a building which is completely kind of crumbled in and collapsing on itself.
When the attack happened. It was mass panic, confusion. After things settled down, this cleric here invited us to her apartment so we could heal. And then Azriel joined us, and he is bringing us back here now to do an investigation. And that's about it.
She turns her to Zuri. You took them to your home to heal them. Why not the Church of Vita?
My home just seemed like a better fit at the time. It was a spontaneous decision at the moment, and I knew I had the necessities to take care of them.
What injuries did they sustain in the blast?
Some cuts, some bruises, no broken bones. They were just pretty beat up.
Why were you here at the attack?
I'm a cleric that works at the Church of Vita, and I was there handing out food to the community. And I had, at the time, my rightful hand, Ophelia, who was there protecting the situation.
She turns the man to her right, and she snaps at him, and he hands her what seems to be like a clipboard, and she. You were at the. Were you there in an official capacity?
I was.
So you should be dead.
I should be.
And yet
But
you are
I'm
not.
right here.
Please fill in the gaps.
She wasn't on the cart. She was with me near the wall. It's where we all were. She was checking in on me because, I was being surrounded by little children. A young adult, 2 young adult men. This one, and Fenrir, and this one. It was all just kind of serendipity that we were away from the blast zone.
She turns back to Suri. So there were 4 clerics recovered in the blast. If you were not one of them, then that means there were 5. But according to the Church of Vita, they sent 4 clerics. She looks at Azrael.
One was most likely a fake. Mind if I just tell some of these men to get in position while you talk to them?
To position?
Yes, gonna reenact the explosion.
Ah. Sure.
As you guys...
Yeah, the guy, alright. Turns.
He's like, in the background, you see, alright, you stand there, you lay down on the ground, you 2 stand behind him. I just need 1 for here for placeholder. And explosion happened there.
She walks over to where you're pointing. Where would this have been at?
Where would have this been at? That's what you said?
It would have been in one of the food crates.
Food crate.
Provided by the government.
Looks like it was pre-placed in a barrel or crate, depending. Meaning, if my assumptions are correct, we may have some inside men.
Are you implying to me that the NIA blew up its own people?
I'm implying to you that we may have been infiltrated.
You do realize our security measures are very robust. I mean, as Raven Guard, you would know that, right?
I understand. However,
Isn't that your responsibility?
It's Carlisle's responsibility, not mine.
You know what I mean.
I try my best with it, you know the situation. I'm on the streets majority of the time, not in the office. If there's an extra body, they may have killed themselves prior.
I'm only here because I was originally investigating this because we thought it was a magical explosion. It is not. I will need to be handing this off to someone else. Are you telling me to write in the report that we believe that this is an internal problem?
I understand it doesn't bode well, however, we need to have as much information as possible to root out whoever did it. So yes.
Or, Azrael, do you want to handle this your way?
If we handle it my way, it's going to take longer and there's going to be a lot of more bodies.
If we handle it my way, then if there is someone involved, they're going to know that we're on to them.
Can Zuri hear this?
More than likely, yeah.
Okay. Zuri steps forward and speaks to Uda. I think we should, or you should allow Azrael to handle this. He has a great handle and knowledge in regards to this situation. And with me around, he will not be in death's door. He will not be knocking at death's door anytime soon.
Appreciate the vote of confidence, Zari.
You see just, Azure, you can see just annoyance on her face. And you know exactly why.
He's gonna give her a light tap.
I appreciate your insight, Miss Zari. This is a matter of the government and the Nexus interim authority. But your advice will be taken into consideration.
While we're standing here, actually up close to the bomb site now, can Varian do an investigation? Like, just standing here, but he's looking around, investigation check to see if he can learn more about the bomb and possibly its placement and
Make
anything
an
like that?
investigation check. Yep, make an investigation check.
I was actually just about to ask Varian if you want to have a little interaction leading up to that.
Well, he's definitely, like, Varian's just kind of standing there, just kind of like looking as he's there, like, what? Like, just yeah. I don't
Can
think that's
Zuri
so
also
much.
do an insight check?
An insight or an investigation?
An investigation, like to get an understanding of like possibly who was this other cleric, or like what I guess what like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
To basically see if there's anything that she can identify based on like the surroundings.
That is not something you can really roll to find out. Who this mystery person is seems to be elusive to most people. Who might have that information, that's another thing, but you're not going to find anything here relating to that, unfortunately. But despite the fact that the cobblestones and the stone here, especially the work of the fountain, are still broken up, it seems like everything else has been cleaned up. Body parts, anything else has been taken. Same thing for you, Varian. The 17, unfortunately, as you begin to look... Go ahead. Hello?
Oh, I can hear you again. I didn't hear anything that you just said. My headset died. I'm sorry.
Oh. I said that, okay, so what I said was that you're asking if you can find anything relating to this fourth individual, this fifth individual. Unfortunately, it seems like the area has been cleaned of bodies. Evidence, basically, has already been all collected.
Okay.
That kind of question, if we might have that, is not a check you can really make right now. That's going to be more handled in asking around and investigating.
Okay.
And as I was saying to Varian, with the 17, unfortunately, same thing. It seems like the area has been combed through. What I will note with the 17 is that the strength of this blast was immense. Not only to break the stone structure behind you, crack in the very foundation of the ground beneath your feet for quite a distance. The blast area, in particular, that's affected the stonework, is easily probably about a 40-foot diameter, but enough to throw all of you back off of your feet into a building that collapsed in. And there's other buildings around that have been collapsed, windows shattered. A very immense explosion.
So for the explosion to have been that immense, correct me if I'm wrong, it would either have had to have been very large or very potent substance, which would be difficult to find, correct? And if it was very large, it was would most likely have been noticed, so it had to have been very potent substance, theoretically.
Make of that what you will.
Okay, I'm just checking that because I don't actually know how to make bombs, surprisingly. So. Okay.
Yes, your assertions are correct.
Okay.
Piggybacking off of both of what both of them said, in my memory here, right, do I notice a fifth cleric? Because when you look back in like previous memories, like, oh, I see that now.
No, you did not. You're from your perspective, you would have seen a throng, a mob of hundreds of people in front of, maybe you could see the heads of some of the clerics handing out stuff, and they're hunched over, and maybe 2 clerics are handing stuff out. Others are down on their hands and knees, opening the crates and taking stuff out. So you only see 2 individuals in particular in your memory. You don't see all the clerics.
Even if I go back to when we were setting up?
Yeah. You remember Zuri as part of that as well.
Right.
Before she came over.
He's gonna wave Varian up as he's like looking at his encode thoughts. Like he's like casting it, like recasting it on occasion. And like pulling, like, just come here, Varian.
Varian looks very panicked and like is glancing at the scary lady and then over at Ezreal and then like making his way up as he's doing this, but he's like, I don't know anything. Like, looks very intimidated.
Don't worry about her, she doesn't bite much.
What is it?
I mean, he's the one who figured out it was chemical. He's very smart, don't count him out.
Alright, is there anything you want to tell me?
Well, that's,
I mean, is there anything else that you can think of?
well, I mean, most of the stuff is gone, so I can't tell where the blast started from, but it either would have had to be really, really big or really potent materials to make the explosion the way that it did, but you said that nobody noticed it, so if nobody noticed it, then it would have had to have been really potent materials, which would be really difficult to get your hands on.
It would have been very difficult to get their hands on. There's only one group I know that could source that material.
Brokers?
Brokers.
That's easy. Can't you just talk to them? Am I there? We're there. I'm there, kind of, right?
We're all here.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're all there.
That's easy. Just talk to somebody in the brokers and follow the bread trail. How hard can that be?
She just makes eye contact with Azriel.
Very.
I
elusive.
will let the next person who handles this know about this development. Not only of this mystery 5th cleric, but also of the potency of this explosive and its ties to perhaps the brokers.
It would make sense if the brokers blew this up, bring more people to them, bolster their economy.
Yes, but it's all too clean, isn't it?
They have the wealth.
But that wouldn't help them. Their whole thing is to provide wealth for themselves. It doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense that somebody would use them as like a fence or something. Help get their materials.
Unless they were trying to start a war, in which case they could sell weapons to all 3 different sides.
I mean, tomato.
If there were any
everybody wants a
weapons to
case.
sell.
We have a lead.
I appreciate all of your inputs. Thank you very much for your information and your time. Please. We will handle this.
Azriel, the best way to stop these gangs is to finish the mission we're on.
The mission.
I'm like
worst
saying
secret keepers
no,
in the
like
world.
not. This is like
He's
close
very
to
poetic.
Azriel.
Are you pulling Azriel aside and whispering to him?
Yes, more
Okay.
or less, yes.
Okay, cool. We had just
I
established
know.
that everybody was right there, so I didn't know if you were
Sorry.
whispering this
No,
to Azriel or saying it out loud.
I know this is part of your job, but the best way to stop these people is to finish the mission we're on. Because if we can reopen Nexus, they lose their power.
Or they get more power because they get a bigger economy, more resources, more people.
No,
More
they
information.
thrive because of fear and desperation.
That is fair. I have amassed numbers. I see your point, Fenrir. Listen to me. The more information I can get here, the easier it'll be to topple them.
Bro.
We'll get Arthur. You can take his iron hand for your trophy if you want.
That's not my style.
It's definitely mine, though. 2 minutes. That's all I need.
As they've been having an aside, Udi has been looking Ophelia up and down with a little bit of a sneer on her face.
She's like, even though it's totally like, it's not like a nice, it's just, you're welcome to look. Love your
Oh.
hair.
I think it's about time the civilians cleared out.
As we'll walk back, and just, I think it's best I clear out as well. This seems like two different operations at the same time. If they were working together, Arthur wouldn't have assaulted.
I'm not going to make any assumptions. I'm going to hand off this information to the next individual who would take this case, as this is not a magical situation. I have more important things to investigate. Or I have other things to investigate, not important. I have other things to investigate, like the recent portal opening.
Right. And how's that coming along for you?
Well, we're still interrogating the bugbear we have. Hasn't said anything yet, but we'll get him to talk.
If anyone can, it'll be you.
Why? Because of my sunny disposition.
Absolutely.
Speaking of which, dinner tomorrow?
Depends on the circumstances. You know how my
Well,
work is.
keep me posted about the time, and also about any other developments on this case.
Can
I'll
we
try
hear
my-
all this?
Yeah, she's not hiding it. She doesn't care.
I'll try my best to keep you posted. You know, I just kind of end up in your room whenever things happen.
I would like to make things more official if necessary.
Of course, but you know how the nature of my work.
Yes, I've heard that line many times.
And it's stayed true.
Maybe I need to have a talk with Carlisle about the nature of your work.
If you pull me from this position out of just general hair, I'd be very upset with you.
But you know I could. So watch yourself.
You're trying to hold this power over me, we'll see how that works for you.
Mm-hmm. She walks away. Giving a little bit of a sidewalk as she passes by you. Her eyes darting to Ophelia. And walks away.
Special friend of yours?
In a sense.
What's she like in bed? Is she starfish or is she like a top?
Neither.
Oh. Go on.
I don't want to talk about my sex life when she's right here.
She walked away.
Yeah, she like.
Fair enough. Let's say rope and manacles.
Oh.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just
My kind of
see you guys
girl.
later. Bye.
Disappears.
Varian walks away in awkwardness and just disappears. Aberrations are better than this.
You just hear, oh! Just like echoes.
I'll deal with the aberrations over this.
On that note, let's go to a church.
All right.
As we're walking, can I approach Azrael and the group? She's not hiding
Yeah,
yet.
sure.
Don't you want to solve? Is the case? If we solve it, don't. Isn't that like what good people do, right? That's like a lot of points that we'd be. It would be really good, right? The gods would be all happy with everyone. I bet your gods would eat that shit up. As she points to Fenrir and Zuri, right?
Not a point system, Ophelia.
Right, whatever. You
Do
know,
it
you do it
because
because
you-
it's good. It makes you feel good or something, right?
Because it's the right thing to do.
Oh, right. I'll remember that one. Because it's the right thing to do.
Not
Azrael.
because you want something.
Right. Right. Don't you want to do that?
Ophelia works on a reward system, if you will. And so if you provide her with a reward, then she will understand or why it is good, the goodness that she receives, or the reward that she receives when doing good. She doesn't make the connections in her head in regards to our almighty supreme gods and goddesses as we do, without that more.
Oh, like a puppy.
Yeah.
Some people
Just-
refer to me as
just-
puppy.
Just use if it would make Zuri cry as a reference point. That's what I do. If it would make Maze cry, it's probably not a good thing to do. Or my mom.
Azriel. Focus. Here, Azriel.
What?
You have a lead. All you have to do is follow the trail to the brokers. What's the big deal?
It's not simple as following a trail to the brokers.
Why not?
1, the brokers are very elusive. 2, they have a bunch of front men. 3, who am I going to speak
Oh my god,
to?
okay, so if I can get you into the brokers, if I could get a little information, we'll solve this case and we'll get all the good points and I'll get into Celestia, yes? I just need to see my friend later tonight then. And I'll get you the information, you give the information to that sexy lady, and I'll be looking good to the gods. Let's do it, yes. Because that's what good people do. We'll save a bunch of people or something, I don't know. Yeah?
We have a mission to do. 1, we have to be within 30 feet of each other the entire time. We have to
Cool.
go somewhere.
Uh-huh.
Meaning we have to go to the elemental plane of Earth,
Right.
which could take a
Today.
few days. Today.
No, I thought she said she needed a few days.
No, she needed-
this morning.
Oh, shit.
She needed overnight. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, your scary lady friend, she was not fully right. It's not that hard to make weapons if you have the supplies, and the brokers would definitely have the supplies, or so I hear.
Yes, they definitely would. If this was not a magical bomb, then the only person that would have been, the only group that would have been able to supply that, it would have come from the brokers. I'm not saying it was the brokers, but would have been supplied by the brokers.
I'm gonna ask you a
Nope.
question.
You definitely know a lot about the brokers here in Philly.
I have lots of friends. It's good to have friends.
Oh, it is good to have friends. I have to speak to my contact.
Well, I'm just, once, when we come back, I just think that it would be important that we solve this case for the good of mankind, because I just think, it will save a bunch of people, and that's like your whole thing, isn't it? I mean, aren't you a captain, and that one's a paladin, and that one's a cleric, and haven't figured that one out, but he likes hugs. So come on, don't you want to save people? Crack the case.
Of course. However, working in my way and working it their way is completely different. Let's figure out and finish our circumstances first.
Fine.
Besides, you can just walk into the brokers and ask them any questions. Like who blew up the cart, where'd you get the supplies. I don't think they'd give you that information without some kind of deal.
I
Yeah,
mean,
not
they might
maybe, not
if you
to you.
surprise them.
What was that? I had 2 people talking to me. What did you say, Ophelia?
No, please, go.
I just said, maybe not if they were surprised. If you surprise them with the information, they might give away.
That is a
Something.
horrible idea. Don't listen to that one. Don't do that.
Zuri steps in and takes Ophelia to the side.
Oh, I'm being pulled. Oh, we'll talk. Oh, okay. Yes.
Ophelia, I would like you to go with Azriel to where he's going and subdue the men.
We're going to subdue the men. What men?
You are going to subdue the men.
I'm going to subdue them. Seduce or subdue? I didn't hear.
Seduce.
Seduce. I'm going to seduce them.
Seduce.
Which men?
And what's this place called?
Which place?
The
I have no
place
idea what you're talking about.
with the stuff that has the stuff.
So we're talking about. Are you talking about the gang that Ophelia was referencing? The brokers.
Yes.
The brokers. Mm-hmm.
I want you to subdue the brokers. Seduce the brokers.
I mean, I do. I won't say that. It is quite powerful. My box. But I don't think I could seduce all of the brokers. I mean, there's quite a lot of them, and I do need to take breaks in between. I mean, maybe I could do maybe like a third of them. Well, it depends on how much time. What do you mean? What's your plan?
Just one of them. Just one.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to find the guy who you think has the most information
Mm-hmm.
and get the most information.
Mhm.
And when you have him, in your box.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to make him he either provides you the information or you stop him right then and there.
But that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm... Zuri, my dear, sweet, beautiful, I love the way you think. We're like on the same brainwave. That's what I'm trying to do, but they don't want to do it. I'm saying that I already have friends that I could speak to that would probably know. But they want to go to the elemental plane because Odysseus is there. But we could save like a fuck ton of people and I could probably get in Celestia like today if I got that information, but they just want to go.
The plan right now is we're stopping by the church.
This is a private conversation.
Yes,
Oh.
they were pulled aside.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize.
No.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I meant it with
Well, since we are going to the elemental plane, but when we get back, I want you to seduce one of the brokers and get as much information as you can.
Zuri, are you saying that as my cleric and a cleric of Vita, it is my holy mission to seduce a man in the name of the church?
It is your holy mission in the name of the church.
So technically my vagina right now is a holy relic.
It is a holy relic. Only one that you command.
That's so beautiful, I may cry. Can I hug you?
Yes.
This is the best day.
All right. As you guys continue to, as you continue to the
The
church
church.
of Mycordia, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back. Last we left off, the party was on their way from the middle of the city where the blast was, and on their way to the Church of Mycordia. It is a straight shot west along one of the main avenues to get to the Church of Mycordia. The Church of Mycordia is in a bit of an unenviable position here on the western half of the city. To the north is the Rose Syndicate. To the south is the Apostles. And right in the middle is the Church of Mycordia, the last real bastion of neutrality here in the western part of the city. Even as you guys walk along the main avenue, you can openly see banners hanging from windows along the streets depicting the symbol of the Rose Syndicate. Even individuals walking in the city themselves have brooches on right over their hearts, on their clothing, of the Rose Syndicate symbol, indicating that they are basically foot soldiers for the movement. Nobody seems to really bother you or give you any mind, although you definitely get looks, especially from Rose Syndicate people as you walk through. But eventually you find yourself at the Church of Mycordia, which is one of the smaller churches in the city, not because it's less important, but because one of the tenets of Mycordia is, I never can pronounce this right, aestheticism? Aestheticism, yes. As you approach the front doors and walk in, you can see at the entranceway, sitting down on kind of the side, right next to the door, on what seems to have at one point been maybe a flower pot holder, like the base made of stone. The flower pot's gone. Instead, he's sitting on it. A very heavily armored man, his sword in front of him, kind of resting on it like this, a shield off to the side, with the symbol of Mycordia on his breastplate. As you guys approach, he looks up at you. Oh, hey Fenrir.
We never talked about other paladins that might be here.
Yeah, we just improvise.
Brother! Go to hug him.
Yeah, he gets up and he hugs you back. This would be Paladin Alderic.
Alderic, how have things been?
What's that?
How have things been here?
Quiet, as normal. Nothing
It's
from
the
the
best we
Apostles
could-
or the Rose Syndicate.
It's the best we can hope for.
I concur. Who are all your friends?
We got thrown together. Is Father Gabriel around?
Yeah, he's inside.
Alright, I need to go talk to him.
Yep, head on in. Pleasure almost meeting all of you.
Oh, I'm my bad. This is Paladin Alderic.
Nice to
Pleasure
meet
to
you.
meet you.
Hi.
Ophelia, Azrael, Varian, and the cleric, Zuri.
Well met. Kind of an eclectic group of people you got here, Fenrir. What's the occasion?
I don't have time right now to tell you all the details,
Sure.
but to go talk to Father Gabriel.
Yeah. None of my
See you
business,
around,
none
buddy.
of my business. See ya.
We're inside, looking around for Father Gabriel.
You will find Father Gabriel in the very back of the church, as opposed to the Church of Vita, which was fairly grandiose. This church is extremely not. The floors are made of clear stone. All the seats are made of stone as well, or blank wood. There's symbols to my cordia around, especially like a stained glass window, but that's basically the fanciest part of this church. The rest of it is rather mundane. As soon as you enter, just to the right, there is a donation box that says, "Please leave all donations here." It is currently empty. But as you head to the back of the church, you will find Father Gabriel looking over what seems to be basically just a shelf with a number of different items on it. And he seems to be basically taking a piece of paper and he's just kind of like almost taking inventory.
Father!
Fenrir.
I'm gonna walk up and hug him real tight.
Yeah, he hugs you back, putting two fists into your back like that.
I'm so glad y'all were not at the city center the other day.
Oh, yes, we heard. Where were you?
I was right in the middle of it.
You were there? What were you doing there?
Patrolling the city as usual. Making sure that Arthur wasn't causing any too much trouble.
Well, sounds like he did.
He did. But I don't want to bore you with the details. I'm gonna kind of lean in closer to him. But we've been given a mission that could potentially save the city. And the whisper into his ear, Odysseus.
He looks at you again, whispering very close. You guys can't hear. You feeling all right?
Yes, Father. Trust me on this.
Did you see this in a prayer?
No, in
or
person.
A vision. In person.
Yes, I spoke with Odysseus.
Listen, Fenrir. You know I respect you, and I trust you greatly. But you get in quite a number of fights. Are you sure? Let me see the back of your head. Did you get hit?
I'm positive.
I told you to wear a helmet. You never
Father,
listened.
I'd trust you to spill your guts before you spilled any secrets. We can't go spreading this around.
You're serious, aren't you?
I am. We might have a way out of this city.
Fenrir, if someone has roped you into dabbling with portals, don't listen to them. It's never worked. It's always ended in bloodshed. I know times are tough, but now is not the time to go crazy like everyone else seems to be.
I need you to trust me on this.
Of course I trust you. I don't trust others.
Trust me, Father.
Who are your friends? You have not
Everyone!
introduced me.
This is Father Gabriel, and I say Father both as the spiritual sense and like I consider him as my family. I
But
wouldn't be alive without him.
Not literally.
Oh,
I mean, that's still family. Just because you're not related blood, you're still family.
The man is right.
I've known
Very wise
Father
for his
Gabriel
age.
here for, what has it been, 10 years? Almost 10 years?
Well, I've known of you for longer than you've known of me. But I'd say 10, 15 years.
Almost 10 years since that night.
I think it's been more 12, but who's keeping count?
You, apparently. This tiefling here is Azrael. He's a member of the city guard.
Pleasure to meet you, City Guard. Thank you for your service. He gives you just a big, meaty handshake.
Gives it right back.
This is Zuri. She's a cleric with the Church of Vita.
Nice
Church
to
of
meet you,
Vita.
Father.
Of course. He takes your hand and he gives you a kiss.
Varian, our young,
Hello.
inquisitive
Folks.
friend,
Inquisitive.
young man.
Pleasure to meet you. Gives you another handshake. Again, very strong and firm.
And Ophelia, I'm putting my oath of redemption to the test here.
No, say nice things about me, too. Say nice things about me, too.
It is a pleasure to meet
She's-
you as well, Ophelia. He takes your hand and gives it a kiss. But he definitely noticed you, like, doing that. And he went, he rolled his eyes. Is this your new... Are they all becoming paladins?
Oh, God, no.
No,
No.
No.
if only. No, we're they're with me, and I was wondering if you had any supplies that we could take.
He looks over to the shelf, which is very barren. Not particularly. What kind of supplies are you thinking?
Food, potions. You know I wouldn't ask. I'd give my rations to anyone that asked, and I wouldn't ask unless it was
I mean,
dire.
to be fair, if we are keeping track, I think we owe you probably hundreds of rations at this point. From meals that you've skipped and given away.
That's what we do, right? Isn't it?
It is.
If you have nothing to give, that's fine. But I thought it might be worth checking.
How long do you think you'll need rations for?
I really don't know. Anything you can spare would be useful. Food, potions. I don't know if I'll be back in a week,
Don't know about potions.
a
but
day, a month, a year.
I think we can scrounge maybe 3 days of rations for you and your friends.
Thank you, Father.
That's very generous. Thank you very much.
My cordial.
I promise I'll make you and the church proud.
You've done that in spades already, Fenrir. You don't need to keep trying so hard. You're making the other paladins look bad.
Has he always been such a
Well,
good noodle? Always.
I'll let him tell you that.
Not always, but we have other stuff to do.
Any embarrassing stories?
I'm sure he has plenty.
I'm never letting you near my family.
Good.
What?
I was talking to her.
He goes over to the shelf and he pulls off a couple bundles and he hands them out to you. You guys can add 3 rations to your total on your sheets.
Side
Knew
note,
it was worth coming here.
Good idea. Side note, just when it's like, he just like looks back at his inventory and he'll see what I got. It's just one loaf of like half-eaten bread.
Not too far. As he hands them to you, he says, "My cordial watches."
Thank you, Father. And everyone else, they're doing okay.
As okay as we can be.
I'm sorry I don't know when I'll be back, but I'll be as quick as possible.
I trust you. You haven't let me down yet.
Stay safe for me,
Yeah.
okay?
At least not for a while.
You'll be fine without me here?
Ooh, I think we'll manage. We do have Aldaric.
can hug him real tight. I'll be back as soon as possible.
Kind of clasp you on the shoulder. Good luck. If what? Good luck.
All right, everyone, I think we're good.
I'll see you all out. He walks you all to the front of the church, and as he kind of stands next to the door, he shakes all of your hands again. Good luck and stay safe, all of you, wherever this crazy man's taking you.
Thank you.
I'll make sure he's well taken care of.
Me too.
My Cordia watches and Vita provides. Zuri.
Wait. Is he questioning or is he?
No, it's just a common greeting or common,
Okay.
yeah, saying
Farewell.
hello or goodbye. Yeah.
Like aloha.
Or like God bless.
Yeah.
All right. With that, you all can leave the Church of Mycordia 3 rations richer.
Are these rations better than the type of food that I have? And
No.
yeah, I don't want this. Do you want this?
I'll take him.
Oh, okay, good.
Here's
You
your
might
going
regret
boy.
that later.
I promise you I won't.
Well, hey, Zuri, she didn't say it to Gabriel's face. That's an improvement. She waited till after we left.
It works. The reward system works.
What are you guys talking about? A reward? Did you get me something?
No, you're such a good girl and giving and not saying that you didn't want that food.
I really thought about it. I really was going to say, like, that looks fucking nasty. I wouldn't even feed that to the rats. But I held it inside. I didn't say that. I'm
so
learning.
proud of
I
you.
did good. I did good.
Well, I think we've kept Odysseia waiting long enough.
Who?
We should have a code name for her so we can talk about her, but like other people don't think we're crazy when we talk about her.
Highness.
I like the way you think, Varian. I
What'd
think
you say, Zuri?
pineapple-
Heinous?
No, no.
I think pineapple has waited long enough.
Pineapple. I'm
Or-
fond of banana.
Oh, no, that might get confusing. That's my safe word.
Why don't we say like
That's
the
good.
judge? We could go see the judge. We're going to talk to the judge.
No, that
that's a
turns
good
me
one.
on
Something
too
that
much.
actually would make
No.
sense when you're going to talk to somebody.
Ophelia, what doesn't turn you on?
People that say moist.
Moist, moist,
The
No.
moist
moist,
one.
moist.
I think we've kept
You-
the
Moist.
you don't
moist
have to
one
try any
waiting long
harder.
enough.
All right.
I
So
think
you guys
we've kept her waiting long enough.
You're all heading to Odysseia.
Yes.
Anything you want to do before you go down there? Anything you want to
Yes.
talk about or say or do?
It's like the checkpoint of like, you can't go back.
Basically, yeah.
I do just
Oh.
want to, like, really quickly, baby, I do want to just say, because I gave up the rations that Fenrir so generously got, that I am assuming that Ophelia is carrying some of the bread and stuff that she has in her pack. Donnie, that's okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you
Oh.
all start with 10 rations as part of your stores packs and stuff.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
As
I don't
we're
know how to
walking.
Uh,
add them.
It's on your sheet. It should be on
Oh,
your sheet.
Yeah, it should be on the sheet.
yeah, so
as-
on your sheet, go into edit mode. And then should be able to edit what's in the explorers pack. What was your question though, Azrael?
Not really a question. He's going to like walk to the side of Ophelia. Kind of just come with me. He's gonna like
Oh, this is sexy. Where are we going?
I prefer a private room, however. Just
Could
away
you
from most of
invite
the time.
your friend?
Which one?
The hot
Uh-huh.
blonde.
Maybe one day. That's an interesting circumstance. However, I just prefer you in private.
Most men do.
Where are you pulling her to the side? Because you guys are still walking to Odysseus' place.
Yeah, I'm trying to like keep the 30 feet.
Oh,
Okay,
we just fall out of step with them.
Yeah, you're just falling
Yeah.
out of step. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
But he is like he's really like closer. He's like shoulder to shoulder.
She kind of like bumps into you now and again on purpose.
I can just put my arms around you if that helps.
Good, it's cold.
It does just that. I appreciate the offer of helping. I understand you want to get this done as soon as possible.
Yes, because I'm a good person and good people want to like help, stop any more explosions that might kill like a bunch of people.
You understand when it comes to that, you have to believe in actually doing it, not just doing it to get into Celestia. You understand that, right?
What do you mean? I help prevent hundreds of people from dying.
Yes.
Surefire way to get
But,
up there.
but because you want to, without searching for the reward.
I know, but I'm doing it. But I'm preventing a bunch of deaths and shit.
Well, I'll get the point across in due time,
Okay.
regardless of that. Appreciate you asking. Appreciate you offering help.
Mm-hmm.
We can definitely plan something out.
Well, it didn't really seem like you wanted my help.
I'm more concerned with being stuck within 30 feet. Granted, it's not much of a problem. Being around you, of course. Regardless, we need more freedom of movement. We need to be able to lay better plans. We just have 5 people walking around within 30 feet. We can't really do much.
Yes, because your version of talking to the brokers is kicking down doors and asking questions. That's not how I operate. I told you, I have friends. And if I bring company with me, it's all right.
I understand you have friends, and I don't kick down doors either.
Well, then you know that's not how I intend to talk to my contact.
And that's fair. Let's get this elemental plane of Earth out of the way.
But then afterwards?
Go straight to your contact. And my
And we'll save a bunch of people before they all die and shit?
Yes.
And then I get into Celestia. Okay, I'm down.
I would like to get to know you a bit more, though, however. So, are you part of the brokers? With the brokers, friends of brokers?
I have lots of friends.
Of course you do.
The brokers like me. Who doesn't like me? Varian doesn't like me, but I don't really give a shit.
You're an acquired taste.
No, actually, I'm told I taste quite sweet.
Would have to put that to the test, then.
All right. Anyone else want to take an aside and awkwardly flirt with
While
each other?
that's going on,
Yeah.
Zuri, how did you meet Ophelia?
As a cleric, one sometimes has to heal somebody, and one day Ophelia just happened to be needed to be healed. And she walked into the Church of Ida, and healing happened, and there was Ophelia.
Ophelia walking into a church willingly?
I know, shocker. Complete shocker. And father couldn't believe it. Like, not her. No way. Like, absolutely not.
Did she have a
However,
reputation in the church before she came in?
she did not. She was a complete stranger. But however, she has made a name for herself within the church.
good or bad?
50-50. Through her journey of learning kindness and being good, she has fucked some of the people that have come into the church, which Father was not appreciative about. But in other ways, she has protected the church and she has stopped anybody from coming in there and doing any kind of harm.
Maybe she has a soft spot after all.
Like I said, it's a reward system. If you can provide her relief and reward to what makes Ophelia happy, Ophelia in turn does good things.
Well, I've sworn an oath to always help those come back to the light. If you ever need help or to talk, I'm here.
Well, that actually does remind me. I do, when I am not around, I do need to ask of a favor.
What's that?
I need you to make sure that Ophelia does not tread too far from the light.
I've sworn an oath to do just that.
But now,
You didn't need to ask.
But in saying that, you can't pull her to the light too fast, or she will revolt. And again, she works on a reward system, and so if she does not make a sensible cause to what you're trying to teach her, you may get a different reaction out of her that you may not like so much.
Patience is one of the tenets of my virtue. We plant a seed and wait for it to grow.
Perfect. In the case that you do find that I am not there with Ophelia to keep her in line, please take it upon yourself to make sure that she is safe and that she understands what she's saying.
I'd give my life for it.
And we walk back into the group.
Spray bottle. I'm gonna build a spray bottle, and then when she's like this, I can just spray her.
You didn't hear that conversation. It was in quiet, and it was very.
No. Varian is muttering this about Ophelia as he's like, she's flirting all the time. I'm gonna make a spray bottle. Yeah, this is just him talking to himself.
Okay.
Because you all went and had conversations, and Varian's here by himself.
That's so just two in the front, two in the back, Varian just like.
Yield spray bottle.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Should be the last time. All right, so you all make your way to the abandoned home, not too far from the center of the city, where you remember the entrance into the undercroft of the water system of Nexus is. As you descend down the creaky old staircases, they go from wood as soon as you begin to enter in the house, down to stone again. They wind back and forth. They branch off in other paths, but you know to keep going down further and further. Eventually, you will reach the bottom, of which you will reach Alicia's home. No, stop. What do you know?
Adicia? Adicia, we've returned.
As you come down and call out, your voice echoes along the tall, vaulted ceilings over the water to the right. One of the elementals seems to be very close. You can see now the water around swirling into the elemental itself, as it almost seems to like look down over the water as it's slowly moving forward. As you call out, you don't hear any response.
That's really, really cool.
With me.
With you where?
This way.
Can't go much further.
Miss
Adicia!
Are you here?
Honey, we're home.
As you call out again, there's no response.
I'll walk
Ezreal,
into the room
you're
here.
dying.
As with the spirits now. As you come into Odysseus' place and you look around, you can see that there seems to be a kettle on the stove over here, underneath which you can see that there is a small flame creating heat on the kettle. The bottom of the kettle seems to be almost red hot, but there's no steam or anything coming out of it. You can see that the bed looks a little disheveled, but you see her on her desk. Her hands like this, her head on the desk. And she seems to be asleep.
Come over here and gently shake her shoulder. Adicia!
Her eyes flicker open, and she looks up. She kind of jolts a little bit. Some of the stuff kind of, and something almost falls off the desk, but she reaches out and grabs it. Hello.
I hope we didn't keep you waiting too long.
No, that's... Oh, the tea. Oh, she turns around and looks. She gets up and kind of pushes some of you aside as she comes over. She quickly grabs like a cloth and she grabs the handle of it and she moves it to an empty part of the stove and then she blows out the flame. No, you didn't keep me waiting long at all. How are you all doing? Is everything all right?
Everything's
okay?
just fine.
I mean, we're all
Excellent.
stuck to each other still, but, you know, alive.
Right. Sorry. But I worked through the night, like I said, and I managed to make 2 of the scrolls. One to send you there and one for you to return. She walks back over to the desk and she grabs 2 scrolls on her desk and she kind of, who wants to carry them? Or at least the one.
I will carry the scroll.
She hands it to you. Now, if you lose that scroll, if it gets destroyed, you will have no way back. Just like the crystal or the gemstone, it must be protected at all costs.
Will we have to stay together on the elemental plane, or is this just in Nexus?
No, you will have to stay together there as well. At least until I figure out what to do.
No.
So I was thinking on where to send you. She takes a couple steps back. I was ruminating on locations in the elemental plane of Earth. There was the City of Jewels, of course, capital. But I reasoned that if something was amiss, say a portal was still opened, or something had developed, it might be a death trap. I sent you
A
straight
death
there.
trap?
Well, I have no idea what's going on. There could be a portal still open, and there could be monsters running the city. It could be a chaotic wasteland where the moment you appear, you're beset by desperate people. I don't know. So it would be best for you to go somewhere else and travel there.
Makes sense.
I have an old friend of mine, a Goliath by the name of Lazadak. The Goliaths and the elemental plane, they make camp at the entrances between the surface and the underground. There's a number of clans like these. Lazadak is part of one of them. She seems to think really hard. The Gathiano or something like that. he's there. He will help you. Just tell them that I sent you. If not, then just mention his name, and I'm sure the clan would help you in some way. If the clan isn't there, then come back and figure something else out.
As you wish.
But ultimately, I think the City of Jewels will be where we can find more of these gemstones. The Dao there are notorious collectors. I'm sure someone there has more of these gemstones.
How many do we need?
As many as you can barter for.
Do we have anything of value to barter? I mean, I have buttons, but I don't think those hold much value out of Acme.
I don't know. These gemstones, even 20 years ago, were so rare and valuable. I don't think there's much left in Nexus of value that could be traded for it.
We'll figure something out.
The Dao are intelligence. They're genies. They're elementals. They're very ruthless at times, but if you treat them with respect, they're fair. If they're smart, they'll help.
The
Yes,
side
Ophelia.
glance at Ophelia.
I've been heard told tales of the Dao, was it?
Yes.
That you know, if a gemstone of theirs, precious gemstone of theirs, is taken, they sense it. They will know it's taken. Correct?
Yes, actually, there's an enchantment over the city. If anything is stolen, they'll know instantly, and they don't treat lawbreakers kindly.
What did you suggest if we have to? They have the stones, but they don't want to give them up.
We'll convince them to let them go willingly.
But whatever you do, I don't advise even. We'll figure something out. I can make more of these scrolls. I can't make more of those gemstones. If I need to send you back, I'll do so.
Thank you for your wisdom.
Yes, yeah.
Do you know anything about the Dao? Let's say that a gemstone was taken from the Dao, and everybody knows, right? Does everybody know when a gemstone might return to the city's vicinity? Do you think that that's something that the enchantment would alert them?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a gemstone that's gonna get us in trouble on you right now?
I don't understand the question.
Just leave it here. I'm sure Isia can keep it safe for you. Better than putting all of our lives at risk.
I don't have anything.
Ophelia, have you been to the Earth plane before?
Nah, you know, maybe a few decades ago. It's real pretty. Honestly, it's gorgeous.
Varian is still staring you down.
It's a long day. So should we go now?
I'm prepared to send you now if you all are ready.
Miss Odysseus, may I have a word with you in private first before we...
Sure. Is there something you're concerned about?
Yeah, I just need to talk to you in private, please.
I guess if all of you could excuse us.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Can I try and eavesdrop?
Yeah. We can head outside and
Can I also
Make
try
it-
and eavesdrop?
sure. Make a perception check.
I'm
Or if you
on
have any
board.
magical ways to eavesdrop.
I'll let everybody roll first.
Ooh, that 20.
Fucking
Nice.
roll on that.
Did it?
Everybody's just like,
Yeah, basically.
yeah.
Why isn't it going through?
Might be lagging.
Oh,
Go on edit mode?
it kicked me out. Yeah, it reloaded. Sorry.
Okay, well, while that's loading,
Just really the best thing to do to your friend to eavesdrop on them.
Shh.
I like to imagine you're like, this is really the best thing to do to eavesdrop. And then Zuri's like, shut it, nerd.
yeah. Ugh. Okay, so once everybody's left, Varian's gonna turn to Odysseus. I need you to put a spell on me so that I can't tell anybody about what's happening. Because I don't wanna break my promise to you, but there's one person, if they ask, I have to tell them. But if you put a spell on me so that I can't talk about it, then I can't talk about it, and then I won't break my promise.
I'm not really comfortable doing that.
Then I will break my promise, and I'll tell somebody. And I don't want to do that to you.
I appreciate that, Varian, but what we're doing here is... You understand what we're doing here, right?
Yes, I understand, but I will have to tell them.
Are
if they
you
ask,
currently under a spell?
I think that you should put a spell on me so that I can't talk about things that I'm not supposed to talk about.
Varian, who... Does somebody have something on you? What's going on?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Varian, I'm not comfortable putting a spell on you to force you to do something. That's not what I'm about.
I know, but I'm asking you to because I don't wanna break my promise. But if they ask me, I will tell them. I will.
I don't know what to tell you then, Varian. That's ultimately your decision to make.
What if it's not my decision to make?
Then I suggest whoever's coercing you to not let them.
Hypothetically, if that was a thing that was happening, there might not be a way to stop them from doing that, hypothetically.
I don't know what you want from me, Varian.
Okay? I'm
sorry, I'm not...
break a promise.
I'm not wise, like my mother. If you break the promise, then so be it. Then I guess I just suggest whoever this individual is that you avoid them until such time that we can be more public with what we're doing.
Try. If I do tell them, sorry, that I broke your promise.
You know what, Varian? I won't cast a spell on you, but I will say this. If you break your promise and you tell to this specific individual, I will forgive you.
Thank you.
Just please be very careful. And if you need help after all of this is done, I'll do what I can.
Thank you. We should go so that we can save Nexus before it gets in more trouble.
Yes.
Because it seems like it's in a lot of trouble right now. Thank you.
Yeah. She gestures to the door. Zuri and Ophelia, you could have heard what's going on.
Oh, real quick, because I just noticed. Did you ever hit long rest, Varian? Because you're missing hit points after the last session.
I did not.
So Ophelia and Zuri, you heard the conversation. Asriel, unfortunately, you heard Varian's side. I'll say that.
He's just more concerned with the fact that Ophelia seems to be hiding information.
Is there anything else you wanted to talk about while they were in there?
No, I'm just like annoyed that they're eavesdropping.
After the conversation ends, Zuri takes Ophelia to the side. Ophelia, do you have one of these crystals on you?
No, are you kidding? If I had one of these crystals, I'd beat the fuck out of here. Would not be stuck in this group. With you, darling, yes, but not with everybody else. I'd beat the fuck out of you.
Okay, so you swear on my life that you don't have one of these crystals.
Yes, I swear on your life, I don't have. Scout's honor. Isn't that like a thing? I don't have one of your crystals. I don't have one of these crystals. No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You were defensive about it to Varian, and defensive nature can come off as that you're unwilling to cooperate, and so I just want to make sure that either you tell me, and if you're not willing to tell me, then there's a problem.
Yes, no, I swear, Zuri, my dear beautiful Eladrin, most beautiful Eladrin I've ever seen, Zuri, I don't have one of those crystals. I swear it.
Do you have any crystals?
No, I don't have any crystals.
Okay. Thank you for being honest. You get good points.
I do.
You do get good points. We regroup.
Yep. Okay. So I just to make you all very aware of what's happening. As I've said before, there are typical spells that are known by a number of people throughout the cosmos. You may have heard of them: teleportation circle, teleport, plane shift. All of these spells use the same base formula in their somatic components. Basically, what I'm about to do has never been done before.
Great, we're test subjects.
I trust you, Odysseus.
I don't mean to put you in this position, Sari. I'm sorry. I want you to be aware that there might be risk involved. I've tested and checked and double checked and triple checked, but there may still be a risk.
I trust you have our best at heart.
I'm trying.
What kind of risks are we talking about? Just so we're prepared for dealing with the situation if it comes up.
If it comes up, there will be nothing you can do.
Okay. Okay.
Odysseus, I trust you. I have faith.
Okay. Are you all ready?
Yes.
I'm going to be sending you about a quarter mile from the Goliath camp.
And who were we looking for one last time?
His name is
Lazadek.
Lazadak. His full name is Lazadak Giant Killer Gathakiano.
Quite the mouthful.
All Goliaths have long names. Their middle names are usually great deeds they've accomplished. Their last names are their clan names. So.
Description.
I'm sorry?
Description.
Oh, tall, gray. If I remember, and he hasn't changed his tattoos at all. He has a deep red V on his forehead.
What are we waiting for?
If he's alive, and you say his name, anyone in the clan will know.
Alright. As Fenrir said, what are we waiting for?
Okay. She takes the scroll. She unfurls it. And she begins to mutter an incantation as she reads off the scroll. And you can see through the back of the scroll the lettering, as she speaks, begin to glow through the actual page. And as she continues to read about 3 lines, it's pretty long. Most spells are usually like, and it's gone. This one, it seems much more involved.
Can Varian attempt to memorize what she's saying? Oh no. What happened?
Sorry, just a gif. The gif. Yes, you can attempt. You don't have keen mind, right? That was Brannigan.
I do have keen mind.
Oh, then yeah, you memorize it as she's saying it.
That's cool.
Perfect.
As she finishes, in one blink of an eye, you are in front of Odysseia, down in this dark, man-made cavern. Off to the side is the water and the crinkling and the cracking of the fires of the braziers in front of you. The next, in a split second, you are no longer here. Not that one. The first thing that you really notice is you are immediately assaulted by freezing temperatures. The air around you is cold and harsh, and while there's no snow, it is still biting at your skin. None of you are dressed for this. However,
I have magical armor.
4 of you aren't dressed for this. In front of you, you are currently standing on what seems to be a road, a small trail. Yeah, going up what seems to be a cliffside. Directly behind you is a massive cliff face to a mountain that seems to stretch far, far into the sky. Tens of miles. And before you is a landscape of equally tall mountains stretching off into the infinite distance. There is not a cloud in the sky, only a bright moon shining down on you with the vaguest hint of sunlight peeking from behind the mountains off in the distance. Welcome to the elemental plane of Earth.
This is
gorgeous picture.
This is amazing.
I just fucking hate this. It's worse than the other place. It's fucking cold.
Yeah, it would work better if you had clothes on. This is beautiful. Have you seen something like this before?
It's been so long.
Jesus, I'm cold. Ophelia, come here.
Yeah, you come here. Oh, God.
Are we gonna need to do saving throws for the cold, or is it just fucking cold?
It's cold. It's gonna take some time for you to make saving throws.
Okay, just let me know because I got abilities.
Yeah. As Varian remarks on the beauty, you hear, almost echoing off in the distance, some kind of loud roar from a source you don't know. It just seems to be some kind of distant animal or humanoid noise you don't know.
Well, that sounds great.
Well,
Nothing we can't handle.
for sure, but we need to keep moving. Quarter mile.
Well, you're on a trail. As you look to your left, you see the trail seems to descend down the mountainside, kind of in a rocky, jagged pattern as it follows what path it can. To your right, it seems to go up. I would like all of you to make me perception checks.
Avarian's distracted. Passive, please.
Okay, you don't see anything.
Could I do investigation? Because she
No.
said... Okay.
This is off
Fair
at the
enough.
distance.
Ah, fair enough. Yet.
Okay. Fenrir and Azrael, you look out over the expanse before you, not spotting anything that looks like civilization. Not a flickering light, not a structure, not anything. Ophelia, you as well. But it's Zuri, who doesn't see it, but smells it. The wind coming from the mountain is going right to left, almost down the side of this mountainside. And you smell smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And as you gaze to your right and really squint up the path, you can see just the faintest hint of what seems to be wisps of black smoke on the horizon above you along the mountainside to the top.
Guys, there's smoke.
This is
I don't smoke. I don't smell and see anything.
I'm telling you, it's there. I understand. Maybe you don't see it, maybe you don't smell it, but it's there.
Right? I mean,
Well, I have nothing else to go on.
How far away do you think it is?
Maybe half a mile.
Do you think that they're gonna have a place for us to stay? Because I mean, I can probably put together some warmer clothing for you guys, or I could make a tent later, or I could get us climbing gear. But I can like only do one of the 3 of those things.
Well, let's start heading in the direction before we freeze to death here.
yes, yeah.
Wait, what if they're not friendly?
let's take that
Well,
risk.
I promise you this cold isn't friendly. We don't know about where the fire's coming from.
Okay, so hypothetically, if we walk up on them and they start attacking us, what is our plan?
Oh, we kill them. And then we take their warm clothes and the fire and the beds and the blankets.
See if we can talk to
I
them
don't know about
first.
that. Yeah,
Let's
I
see if we
like
can
that
talk to
better.
them first. If they're still hostile, then from there we move. Improv, split-second decisions.
Since you know this, we might be getting into a fight or things. Should we maybe talk about our abilities? Because I haven't been in that many fights, or any other than the one with the other day. And training.
Just gonna pat Varian on the back. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe.
See, I was worried that you weren't gonna be safe.
I'll be fine. But I appreciate your concern. It means a lot.
Regan.
I think we should go. Should go. I'm cold and it's cold.
It's so cold.
You guys
I can
continue.
make
Go ahead.
I can make extra clothes if you want clothes.
Can you make them right this second?
Yes,
Okay,
but it's clothes or tent or climbing gear.
clothes. The clothes. We
Okay,
pick the clothes.
I will reach into my bag and I assume, Donnie, this would count as regular adventuring gear, so can I pull out some warmer clothes for them? Because my list says that there's traveling clothes and fine clothes, common clothes.
Yeah, you can pull out some extra clothes if you need. There's a difference between extra clothes and cold weather clothing. which is a specific thing. That's
Can
much
I
more
pull out?
expensive. No.
It's
very
not
expensive.
It's not super cold weather, but this is what I can do for now. I will just make one for Zuri and one for Ophelia at first, and then I'll look at the others and see if they want more.
Save it. Others might need it more.
I'll be fine.
She after you ask, she's going to like awkwardly tap on your back, Varian. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Freezing my nips off out here.
And then Zuri's gonna grab your cheeks and be like, "Thank you so much."
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. As you all continue towards the path heading up along the mountainside, it actually is not going to take you too long. Maybe only about a minute or so of walking. You've only been walking for hundreds of feet up this mountainside. When you will suddenly see and hear a couple rocks scatter down the mountainside onto the path in front of you.
Pull out my hammer.
And
Who is it?
Before you, someone lands onto the ground in a squat, and they stand up to their full height, about 7.5 feet tall, of rippling muscle, gray skin covered in tattoos that seem to cross in geometric patterns across their face, chest, arms, legs.
Wow.
He pulls out in front of him what seems to be a massive glaive. The blade of the glaive itself, basically an entire longsword.
I really like your tattoos. Do they have special meaning?
Does this person have the V on their forehead?
No. But he does look at Varian as he speaks. You speak common.
And Elvish and Celestial, if that helps.
We do. Looking
Who
for
are you?
giant killer.
We've come from Nexus, and we're looking for... What's his name?
Lazadek, giant killer, and I didn't hear what the last name was, but Varian would
We're
remember
looking
what it was.
For Lazadek,
Don't
giant
say
killer.
his name.
You are looking for Lazadek.
We've
Who
been
sent
sent
you?
by Odysseia to find him.
Do not know what this Nexus is, nor where you come from, but if you are looking for Lazadek, I will let him handle you.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
But any brandishing of your weapons, and I will not hesitate to throw you from this cliff.
I'm gonna put my hammer sheath. I don't know.
Yeah. When he sees you do that, he gives you a nod. I am Naziath Gothikiano of the Gothikiano clan. We're on our territory, and you follow our laws.
Could you
Of
tell
course.
us what those laws are so that we don't accidentally break any of them? Because that would be not good, and we wouldn't want to do that.
This one talks too much.
I know.
We'll listen to everything you say, just please lead the way. It's important.
He begins to turn around, but he stops. How did you survive the trek with those clothes?
We just got here. We were sent here by Odysseia.
He's not familiar.
He just turns and begins to walk away. His footsteps heavy. You see that he's barefoot also. Are you coming?
Yeah,
Yes, we're following.
Yeah.
Right. as you follow him, he leads you to the top of this precipice. And when you reach it, you can see that the cliff face itself actually extends out probably a good 100 feet into kind of almost a semicircle shape, roughly. Jutting out over the cliffside. You can look down, by the way, and see that you guys are probably thousands of feet in the air from the very bottom of this mountain. But as soon as the mountain hits the ground, it's almost just basically goes into another mountain. But when you reach the top, you see it flattens out this little cliffside, and there are what seems to be a number of stone buildings, tents, huts, a whole village.
Well, this turned out better than expected.
Not to scale, by the way. As you walk into town, you can see a number of people that looks just like Naziath here. Both male and female, old to children, seem to be living in this village together. They stop and look at you all with wide eyes, some of them their jaws dropping. Especially the older ones seem to have their jaws dropping as they see you.
Varian goes to wave at them all and then catches himself and doesn't wave and like does a weird thing where he's like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with my hands. I'm not sure that's right.
Yeah, and people are just staring at you guys, just watching you go. As he leads you towards this building right here.
What?
Oh, sorry, not that one. This one. When he approaches, you see an L-shaped stone building, and he approaches what seems to be a big, heavy skin of some kind of animal. You don't recognize it. It's not something that you've ever seen in Nexus. But he kind of pushes it open a little bit and says, Lazadak, you have visitors. And you hear inside, visitors? Is this another one of your pranks, you piece of... And as he steps out, he comes out from underneath the doorway, which by itself is about 8 feet tall. And he's taller than that. He's about 8.5 feet tall. This monster of a man who stands before you. And he looks down and you see, much like Naziath, he has tattoos that go across his face and his arms, but there is a deep red tattoo on his forehead as he looks down at all of you. Visitors.
You must be Giant Killer.
I am.
Odysseus has sent us. We're looking to discuss getting our hands on
Who is Odysseus?
Odysseus, your friend.
Odysseus?
Decia.
He said she knows you.
There's a lot to discuss.
She's alive.
Very much
Yes.
so.
Can we go inside and talk? It's really cold out here.
Yes, please, come inside. Naziath, go get Lovi, right now. He nods and he runs off. Please, come inside. He opens the thing for you guys to come in, and as you do, soon as you enter in the precipice, it's immediate warmth. There seems to be in the corner of his building here, there is a sunken down fireplace. You can see it's kind of just peeking out overneath the top. Got a metal kind of coned, domed shape, but it's ground level, and you can just see the flames underneath.
Giant Killer, I don't suppose you have any meat, do you?
You will have to forgive me. It has been a long time since we've had anyone of your kind visit. After everything that happened, what did happen? Lovie will be here soon. She will help you, but the last time I've ever seen any of your kind, they were being slaughtered in the tunnels by creatures I could not explain. We had to cave in the entrance just to protect ourselves. And then silence. Nothing from the underground, from the City of Jewels. Other Goliath clans caved in their entrances as well. There's been nothing. And now you're here from Odyssia? What happened?
I don't know.
How are
But
you
she
here?
sent us to fix it. Odysseus sent us. She has a plan.
Of course she does.
We were told to see you, and we need to get to the, was it Jeweled City? City of Jewels?
City of Jewels.
City of Jewels and find a gem.
What kind of gem?
Like the one this cleric carries. Zuri?
Takes the item off my back and shows the box and opens up the box.
As you open the box and he looks at the gemstone, the front door will flap open again, and you will see stepping inside is a woman, also a Goliath. She stands at about 7 feet tall, and she's wearing what seems to be like a white dire wolf's fur over her head, down her sides, and down to her back. Just inside is Naziath. Lazdak turns around. Naziath, back to your post. He kind of nods.
Thank you for your help, Nazia. Nice to meet you.
He's already gone at that time, unfortunately. He turns back. Lovie. She looks at you all with like a surprised expression. These are visitors. Odyssia sent them. Odyssia? How was that possible? I don't know. You were interrupted while I was trying to find out. Well, you called for me. This is Lovie Stormcaller, Giatha Kiano Ulmantath. She is my wife.
I kind of tell there was some relationship with the banter.
Oh, she's hot.
She's hot.
Lovie, they seem to be starved or are hungry. Do you think you could fetch some food and water for them? Of course, but I want to know what happened. Yes, I'm getting to that. She heads into the other room, and he looks back towards the chest. I am not familiar with this gemstone.
Odysseus said they were rare. No.
Certainly.
This is what she used to teleport us from Nexus to here, without bringing abominations along the way.
Abominations? Like the ones in the tunnels?
Exactly.
Did yours happen to look like this? And Ophelia is going to kind of wave her hands a little bit, and she's going to minor illusion a gold gilded frame with a portrait, and it's going to be like an oil painting of some of the abominations that we saw. Casting minor illusion.
He looks at it. No. Ours... It's been 20 years since I've seen them. I'm struggling to remember, but... They did not look much better than the ones you're showing me right now. They were horrific, fast. They cut down people as they ran for their lives, without hesitation or remorse. They didn't even feast on the bodies, they just killed them and left them. seemingly just for the pleasure or the sport of it. Myself and a number of clan members held them off as we could until the caves could be brought down, and I suppose that gets to our next problem. Odysseia means to send you to the City of Jewels. I have no way to get there. Cave is completely caved in. The entrance is sealed. All the Goliath clans at the very least that we are allied with have done similar things to protect themselves.
Shit.
So it just means we have to make our own entrance.
I can show you the entrance, and I think you'll quickly understand why that's impossible.
That's fair enough.
Lovey returns, and she brings in what seems to be a plate of a mixture of what seems to be like meat, kind of cooked patties almost, amongst what seems to be strange mushrooms. Colored like a weird greenish tint, and one's blue with like black spots. Here, enjoy.
Oh God. Just gonna grab one and start voraciously eating it.
Yeah, it's like the first time you've tasted meat in years.
It's good.
Oh fuck.
Bites, nipples.
That's kind of a different texture.
Do you not have
It's
meat? where you
so
come from?
fucking good.
We don't have a lot.
Apparently they've
Where-
been out for a while.
Where do you come from?
Nexus.
Nexus. Wow, I haven't heard that name in quite some time.
We've been cut off from the other worlds for 20 years now.
Cut off? What do you mean?
There's no way in or out of the city.
Whenever
That's
we open a portal, those things come out. This is the first time we've been able to travel.
Good. Well, that explains why we haven't heard anything. Lovey, they were talking about needing to get to the City of Jewels, but I was telling them all the entrances are sealed. Yes, he's quite right.
We might not need to go to the City of Jewels. If you have allies, we just need the stone. Maybe some of your allies have that.
I can assure you that the Goliath clans do not concern themselves with gemstones and jewelry.
You said there were survivors here, or well, there were people here before. Did any of them survive?
No,
People like us? Oh,
as much as
Okay.
I tried, no. We barely survived.
thank you.
If I was a more selfish man, I'd just say let's stay here forever.
We can't. Maze and the others are in the city. We have to help them.
I know.
What are our next steps?
I honestly don't know. I'm so sorry that you've come all this way and I can't help. While you're talking, you guys have been talking back and forth. You see Lovey off to the side, kind of just in deep thought. Like her eyes are flickering back and forth, like she's thinking of something.
Lovey, is something on your mind?
She looks to Lazadek. We could ask Mania. He looks back to her. You want to ask Mania. She can see things. Yes, I know she can. She sees a lot of things. She may be able to see something. Maybe another entrance. It's worth a try. Mania Deathspeaker is our shaman. When she's not out of her mind on substances, she tends to see premonitions and has aided us in the past.
Where is she?
She is deep in the plane of Earth. At least thousands of footsteps. It may take ages to get to her. She's on a secluded rock, and you see Lovey just pop him in the shoulder. Ah! And Lovey goes, "She's right next door."
About to say.
I haven't had
Of course
visitors in years. I can't play a joke. Now's not the time, Mazdadak.
I'm starting to like her.
I do too. Fortunately. She comes from the Ulmantath clan, so she's kind of a bitch. And she looks at him. What does bitch mean? It's a term of endearment in common. I don't believe you.
A real Karen, huh?
Goliath respects strength, fortitude of will. This is how we flirt. Not unlike the people I've seen through my travels. I think you are soft. But I suppose we should go see
Soft.
Ian. Soft. Weak. Short.
Maybe you're just tall. I mean, it's really cool that you're tall, but you could just be tall.
If you think I'm tall, you should see the giants. I've seen them palm entire mountaintops.
That would be so cool! I mean, probably
I
terrifying.
hope we
That's so
don't
cool!
see that.
One of their toes could crush this village.
That's not so great.
Wonder how big
Maybe
his
we,
shits
maybe
would
we
be.
don't need to see them.
He looks at you, Ophelia. Titanic.
Holy shit. I kind of want to see one.
Entire valleys.
No way.
Why is this a conversation that we have to have? I just...
You said it was cool. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying I want to see that too.
Lovey looks at you guys. He's not joking either.
Is,
Not this time.
what's your shaman's name?
Minea Deathspeaker.
Her full name is Mania Deathspeaker Giath Kiano Vathanello.
Would she have a clear head right now?
We'll go find out, won't we?
Oh, I just don't want to leave this food.
You can bring it with you. Please don't eat us into poverty. Once we're done with Mania, I do have more questions about Nexus and Odyssia.
Anything.
Happy to hear she's alive.
You should write her a letter. She seems very lonely. It seems like she's been alone for the last 20 years, and I'm sure she'd like to hear from a friend. Or two.
Think of it. But come, take the platter, if you will, Lovey. He will lead you outside and around the corner here to the very top. As he comes out, people are still kind of, especially when he comes out of his house, there's a number of Goliath who are kind of scattered around, like looking, trying to look and get a peek. And he goes, "This is not some spectacle! Go back to your lives!" They begin to kind of murmur and walk away. Busybodies. And he will lead you around up the stairs to this house up here. he comes up to the entrance, you can see that there is the black smoke that you saw on the horizon, Zuri, seems to be coming from this home. Other homes also have little pyres of smoke, but they seem to be gray or white. This one's just pure black. And he looks up at it. Ugh. Mania, Lazadak, are you there? You hear through the fur that covers the doorway. Define there. Oh, not this shit again. You know what I mean. I exist in a space of both here and not here. She's inside. He lifts open the thing for you to go through.
Varian will go in.
Yeah, as you enter in, you will see a very darkened interior. There are similar furs over the holes that would be their windows. The interior is also very warm, but it's also very thick with some kind of smog or smoke that immediately begins to infiltrate through your nose and your throat, and it burns as it goes down. As it comes down your throat, you can feel every inch of it as it spreads out through your lungs with every breath. Almost like a tingling, minorly burning sensation. It's not enough to hurt, but it definitely is uncomfortable.
I don't like that. That's yeah.
I'm into it.
I can't be here.
As you look in, and Lazadak steps in and closes it behind you, your eyes kind of adjust to the darkness, and you see in the center of the room, spread out amongst what seems to be almost a recliner made entirely of animal furs and scales. There's just a mixed match of some creatures you recognize, like wolves and boars, and some seem to be strange creatures you've never seen or could even imagine before. And laying in the middle of this, kind of almost with her arms out and her legs spread open, with just a loincloth covering the middle, and just the barest cover of her breasts, is a very elderly Goliath. She seems to take a deep breath in. Breathe it in. It opens every eye on your body.
No, I can't.
Elias?
I can't be.
I am Mania, Death Speaker, Giatha Kayano Vathanello. To what
is this?
Have plane travelers come?
What is this?
Yes, I have foreseen your arrival.
What is this?
That is some good stuff.
I can't. I'm waiting outside.
It's alright. Place reminds me of Broker Speakeasy.
I love it.
I'm gonna step outside for this.
Do
Okay.
Goliaths have more than one eye?
Depends on what you mean, young one. Do you mean a physical eye, the mere flesh of the body? Or do you mean of the spiritual?
I don't know. Nobody's talked about other eyes before. Those weren't in
Well.
my lessons.
Come, enjoy what fills your lungs, and lay and relax, for you have traveled far.
It's like Ophelia's kind of place.
Yeah. She's like sitting next to her. She's already laid down.
We will discuss at length of what you seek, but first, you must partake.
All right.
What are we partaking in?
It's time to get high as fuck, Varian.
Remember those eyes I spoke of, young one?
Yeah.
You're about to find your answer.
Oh, okay.
But as she reaches for something on the side of like a cabinet to her right, made of stone, we will call that a session.
Damn. We're gonna get high as fuck.
Rear cannot be here right now.
But I don't wanna.
Welcome to the plane of Earth.
Woo! We did it. We didn't die.
I don't wanna.
You haven't died yet.
Oh, we haven't died yet.
Wait till we get to
You
the city of
jinxed us.
jewels.
3
Way
weeks
to go.
for the next one.
This combat's gonna be good as fuck. I can feel it.
I know.
It's so long. I vote we play for 4
So
more
she said.
hours.
That was fun.
Yeesh. But yeah, good session, everybody.
Good session.
A lot of
That was
RP, a lot of intrigue.
A lot of intrigue. That was fun. There's a lot
Zeri
of shit
told
happening.
the priest.
So did
So
so
Fenrir.
did Fenrir.
So,
Fenrir.
the holy
Doesn't
people
count.
are the most like distrustful. And
Father Gabriel doesn't count.
Everybody thought it was gonna be Varian with his "Can I get your autograph?" And Varian's like, "I
Gabriel
need you to
doesn't
make
count.
it so I can't."
In my
Oh.
defense, when I started opening my mouth, like I forgot we couldn't tell, and like halfway through it, I was like, "Shit, we can't tell." Now I have to
Did
come up
you
with
see the
something
chat?
else.
Did you see the chat while we were going?
I can't multitask when I play this. Like I have to focus on what we're doing. So like it's really hard for me to like go to other things and keep paying attention as to
Yeah.
what's going on.
It's
Did
so
you
funny
look
stuff.
back at it afterwards?
It's so funny stuff because I saw the moment in your face when you went, "Oh."
shit.
I liked
And
it.
I was thinking she definitely forgot, but I will throw you a lifeline in the character RP there.
I
when-
was like, chat.
You don't get to say shit, Dustin. You
Yeah.
Fenrir did the same shit. Get out of
we did
here.
The same thing.
I
You
did
don't
not
get
do
to.
the same
You
thing.
do
Yeah,
not get
yeah,
to.
you
You do
did.
not get to harp on Steph at all. Not at all.
Just
Father
because.
Gabriel doesn't count. He's
Yeah,
family.
he does. That doesn't matter.
Yes.
Tell my family.
It
Maze
was my
doesn't
father.
know.
Okay, Vin Diesel.
He raised me. No, I'm just kidding.
We don't keep secrets from family.
I didn't tell Maze.
I
Varian
didn't,
even asked to not be able to tell people.
But
I didn't
yeah.
tell big scary fucking commander lady.
Yeah.
I just said we were on a mission to say. I was like, oh yeah, there's a Odysseia and there's a crystal and like yeah, all you know.
You.
And,
There's
Like,
no.
we're on a
You
mission.
do not get to. You do
No.
not get to harp on Steph. Get out of here.
no, you know,
I was like, we're on a mission. I'm not gonna
nah,
bore you with the details.
Yeah, a
you.
mission for Odysseia. Odysseia, the
I
one
didn't
person
say.
we're not
I did not
supposed to
say
make-
Odysseia.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
you
you
did.
Yes, you did.
You did.
You did.
You did.
You did. You
It
said
was
Odysseia,
amazing.
and then
It was
and then
amazing.
you showed the crystal.
It's Father Gabriel. It doesn't count.
Nope,
Neither does.
No,
neither
it
does. Yeah.
I'm
Then
nailing
neither
you to
does
this
Steph's.
cross.
I liked it. I thought it was
Oh.
funny. I was like, oh, the
was
holy
so-
people trust their churches. They trust their people. So it was funny. I was like, that's funny. I could see the narrative there where, and it also makes sense because like they're connected to their gods, and if like Odysseia is around, like I could see the narrative for both sides.
Oh, it
so.
made sense. It totally made sense.
Yeah.
But in the background, I'm going, oh my god, you're telling him.
It's so funny.
Freaking the fuck
Just
out. I was
immediate,
like,
immediate chimp out moment on all of you guys. I was trying so hard to stay in
I'd
character
like
as
to
I'm just
review
seeing.
that. I'd like to review that because I don't think I ever mentioned it.
You did.
You
You
did.
absolutely
You
I
did.
don't
did.
think I did.
You
I
a-
don't
did.
think
You
I did.
absolutely did.
You
Well, we
100%
record
did.
it.
We
Bro.
do. I'm also going to turn
Battle-
the stream off, so everyone say bye,
Yes,
stream.
thanks for watching.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bye, stream.
Have-